Okay, there we go. What do you mean already? I mean, yeah, I would like to stream more often. Plus, this is just a continuation of the last stream, so like... Stream... Ping... Yeah, this one's gonna be coding focused, which is gonna be fun. .com/watch v equals this. Nice, there we go. That's sent out. I'm also going to be trying to futz with like stream controls because I found the URLs for YouTube's stream dock controller things, which don't work on OBS for Linux, but can just work if I have them open in a separate browser, maybe? If object exists and is alive, stab object. I don't think the object being alive would prevent him from like, if it's not alive, he would probably still stab it. You can barely hear. My settings are all maxed out. So, I don't know, turn up your volume. I guess. I can never seem to get microphone stuff right. Is this the next logical step in the progression of the game? Yeah, working on AI? Very much so. Would Jack be able to turn into Spade Slick if the player befriends him? I guess. I mean, Spade Slick is like one particular instance of Jack Noir, but like, yeah, you could befriend him. Oh wait, that's studio panel. That's not what I wanted. KB. Oh, UC. Oh. Okay, I can in fact have the health panels open on OBS if I just tell it, hey, show all of, or show this on top of everything. Keep above others, there we go. Okay. So far, it's YouTube's just complaining that my bitrate is too low, which is probably fine. All right. Hello, chat. Welcome back. Here's the stuff that we learned last time, which is okay. So we've been trying to. Last time we went through all of Jack Noir's, or rather Beck Noir's, whole timeline in Homestuck and figured out all of the stuff that makes him a good, like, opponent, right? And this is all the stuff we've learned from it. And our goal today is to try and put all of this into code, which, I don't know, will be fun. We've already figured out that it's going to be kind of like hand making a neural network, because you have a bunch of numbers going in, and then it turns into a bunch of other numbers, except for we can't feed all of the numbers and what they mean. So that's not bad. I'm thinking of setting this up like a like unit tests. So essentially what we'll do is we'll be like, okay, here's a whole bunch of Jack Noir's personal values and emotions at one specific point in time. Do one game tick and figure out like what he would do, or make sure that the thing that he would do is actually the thing that he would do. This one. All right. That. Wow, I'm so glad this is on my other screen. Rust unit tests. This requires reading documentation. I love documentation. Come on. Keep up. Okay, my fix for my VTuber avatar decided to not work anymore. Okay. Close enough. Here, you get to see behind the scenes for just a minute. Okay, never mind. I'm still have to figure out that fix. OMG, hi Jackalope. We're fixing all the stuff that we tried to do last time. Alright, how do unit tests? Tests are tests. They go into a tests mod with the test attribute. Test functions are marked with the test attribute. Interesting. And then it can be run with cargo tests. Neat. Will your friend from last stream be joining this one as well? No, Jackalope is in chat, but like, won't be able to VC. Yeah, that's you. Okay, your unit test can return a result, which lets you use question mark in them. That can make it much more concise. Okay, how do tests work? You just use assert. Assert equals. So you just say, make sure that this thing equals this thing. Okay, this doesn't seem too bad. So first thing we got to do is make a test module. New file. Tests. Stars. Config. Tests. Mod tests. Oh, this config test. Like this. Why is it grayed out? Whoop, that's not it. This is it. Do I have to... Oh. Here. PQRST. Tests. Whoop. Interesting. I sure hope this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Neat. Alright. Let me do... Okay, so essentially we just have to write our first test. Which our first test will be, what should we make Jack Noir do first? We have all of these things to choose from. Stab something? I assume you meant stab something. Yeah, okay, we should stab something. We outlined that stabbing people is one of Jack's personal values.
His main form of communication.
Lily's yelling at me from the other room that it's his main form of communication.
Canonically.
According to Carcat. So I guess we'll start with, okay, here's his first personal value. I don't remember how to use rest. I think it's let. Stab something value equals 1. Alright. That's awesome. Now this needs to translate into an action that is stabbing someone. So we're just gonna do let stab something action equals, and then we'll probably just have it equal stab something value. Great. And then we're going to assert that stab something action equals 1. And now if we run this, which I don't know how to run this, I think this runs the actual program, which I don't want to do right now. Where's this? VS Code. What does Control-Shift-B do? Ow. Wow, it's SBEPIS. It's a SBEPIS stream, guys. Control-Shift-B. Control-Shift... You know what? It might be a plugin I have. It's blocking long messages from you. I don't know. Is that a YouTube? Here, you're a moderator now. Hold on. Add as moderator. I love that you're not actually verifying your identity here, and I'm just trusting you that you're in fact who you say you are. Here, give me a standard moderator. I don't know if that'll actually increase your message limit, but like, if you can't, then I don't know, use multiple messages. I love configuring my preferences. I believe it's an extension called Code Runner. Unless it's not. That's not it. Here you can look at all of my cool extensions that I have. Yeah, I have Code Runner. Hold on. Extension settings. Ah, it's the executor map. That's actually not correct. Where's the thing that says what I want my thing to run? You know what? I'll just do it manually because that's too much work. Cargo mommy test. Yippee! Okay, the test works. Our test of thing equals 1, other thing equals thing, assert that the thing equals 1. We'll add Midnight Crew stuff later once, like, we get something working here. Actually, no. Okay. Jack stabs things. Awesome. That's our first test. What's our next test? Jack. What's Jack doing now? Okay. You mentioned that Jack wanted to see the Midnight Crew succeed. Is that considered a goal? Yes, that is considered a goal. That sounds complicated, though. I want to start with something not less complicated. This is the definition of equality, actually. It's not associative or commutative. Trad wife Jack. Alright, we'll figure... What? Okay. So we want the Midnight Crew to succeed, right? Wants Midnight Crew to succeed. Okay, and then we're actually gonna do away with this bit. Alright, we should probably start setting up something a little bit more complicated. I'm gonna rename this to Jackmar.rs. Yes. Okay. So we're actually setting up the actual Jack Noir stuff. So we're just gonna make a struct. I'm trying to remember how Rust works. Wow, Copilot knows who Jack Noir is. Awesome. Jack. Thank you, Copilot. Let's see. Let's just do stab something. And... okay, well, first of all, we need a list of personal values. Let's just have... I don't even know how I want personal values to be represented. Simple Jack. Go away. Action. Alright, so the main thing is going to be, what is the next action that we want to do? I'm actually making this a string. Can you make string slices again? So like that. Essentially, so this string is going to be just a text saying what Jack wants to do next, right? So actually, what we're going to do here is we're going to remove all of this, and we just want... I suppose I have to make Jack. Let Jack equal Jack. Boop. I want Jack.next action to be stab something. Same thing for here. We want this to be do midnight crew things. You taught Copilot who he is. No. Copilot is just ChatGPT, and I think ChatGPT knows a lot about Homestuck, because Homestuck is infamous. Alright. Let's just return something. We're just gonna call it BEPIS, because BEPIS is my all-time favorite word. Oh, yeah. Okay. Stab something is going to be 1 here. Actually, what stab something is also going to be... use super. There we go. What do you mean it's never constructed? It's constructed right here. Oh, well. Aww. Okay, it failed. This is so sad. So apparently Jack doesn't want to stab things, and Jack doesn't want the Midnight Crew to succeed. You can see that here he wants BEPIS instead, because that's what we said here. So now we have to actually figure out how he generates actions. So I think let's just generate, like, a bunch of actions. Potential actions. There we go. I feel like I should probably have my phone on in case anyone needs to get a hold of me, but I'm turning it off. Maybe we'll just have Discord open on the side. No, no one wants me. Okay. So then now we're just going to have the potential actions be the next. Is that how you do this? How do you do this? Like this? Yes. Let's stab something. Cannot be indexed by Ah, it's supposed to U size. U size. Okay, so now we're just gonna say, hey, if he wants to stab something, then do essentially whatever number we give him here is going to control what he wants to do. So here, if we say, I should actually put these backwards. So here, if he wants to stab something, then he'll do stab something. But if he doesn't want to stab something, then he'll do midnight crew things. Nice, there we go. Perfect. For now. Okay, now we have to have more values. Like, for example, Midnight Crew is also something that he values. So, Midnight Crew succeed. There we go. That's one of his personal values. This is probably going to be closer to what we actually want. Where, okay, he wants to do this and doesn't want to do this. And he doesn't want to do this, but he wants to do this. We can't just use this to index this anymore. Now we have to come up with something more interesting. How do we tell when he wants to stab something over if he wants the Midnight Crew to succeed? Could just have it choose randomly. Actually, here. Okay, let's make a. How do you make a vector? let actions equals, I actually want an empty vector. Now we can just do something that's like if there we go. Actions. Thank you, Copilot. Get random. Could just do the first thing that comes to... Here he'll just have no impulse control and he'll just do literally the first thing that comes to mind. Nice! That actually works. So now he wants to stab something, and now he wants the Midnight Crew to succeed. You can see that this is so easy. Of course, this isn't... Midnight Crew succeed and stab something aren't like... Okay, these are values, but the strings do Midnight Crew things and stab something aren't real actions. Like, I can't just tell my little AI guys to go, hey, stab something, and have them actually stab something. I have to actually... You have to do things like figure out what you're stabbing, walk over to it, and then actually do the stab. How do we make Jack not stab the Midnight Crew? That's actually a really good point. How do we make him not stab the Midnight Crew? Okay, so in that case, instead of just having it be strings, we'll have like... We'll have the action. We'll make an action object. I'll have a description is going to be a string slice. And we're also going to have a target, which is also, well, sure. I don't know how to use strings in Rust. Hold on. Let me look this up really quick. This one. Rust string. Unfortunately, I can't Google anything that when I'm trying to search for Rust things, which is very sad. Strings, Rust by example. Okay, what's the difference? Versus string. Oh boy, forum. I love unmoderated content. Interesting. Maybe I'll just say string. Does that work? Well, that compiles, so I guess it's fine. Okay, so now we want to have a list of actions instead of a string. I do. Yeah, that's probably fine. I say to owned. Oh wait, no, I want it to not be owned. Whatever, I'll just copy it. What? Oh. Do I have to... Whatever, I'll deal with that later. Oh, right, okay. So now, if we want to stab something, we should make a stab action. Action. That's going to be description, stab. And then also we have to have a target. Now we need a list of targets. So I'm just going to have, I'm just going to generate a list of targets. Generate targets. The current available targets are, what's Give me one of the members of the Midnight Crew. Diamond's Droog. Awesome. So now we have to figure out, how does he figure out what target to stab, right? We can just say, I think we need to have more information. Target. Target's gonna have a name, and the target's also gonna have like an allegiance. And now we also need, actually, no, that's fine for now. We're gonna have a vector of targets. We're gonna need a target whose name is Diamond's Droog. And their allegiance is going to be the Midnight Crew. We're also going to have another one. That is a... Carapacian number 35. And their allegiance is going to be to... Sure, we'll do Durst. Whoa, VC? Pog?
Hello!
OMG, hi. Welcome to the stream.
Hi! Hang on, let me figure out how to mute Discord, but not video on my phone. I don't know how to do that on mobile.
Wait, what are you trying to mute?
Oh, never mind, I figured it out. I just had to turn video volume off and call volume up. So,
Oh, yeah.
yes, first and foremost, that's not me.
That's not you?
I'm kidding, it is me.
The one that's telling me to VC is not you? Incredible.
No, it is me. It is me, I'm fucking with you. Please do not block my YouTube account.
It would be really funny if I did, though.
No, yeah, it would be hilarious, but it would also be really inconvenient.
Alright, so Jack's just gonna stab the first, wait, hold on. Target needs to be a target. Alright, so Jack's just gonna stab the first thing he sees.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Also, I don't know if you read my messages while you were coding. It was a little bit hard to tell where you were because of the slight delay.
What do you mean where I am?
Like, there was like a 20-second delay before
me.
responses, and I couldn't tell if that was from you not reading stuff immediately or if there was a big delay. So I don't know what you have and haven't read about what I said in response to what you said.
I haven't been reading chat. I've been trying to remember how to use Rust.
Okay. Okay. Oh, you're up. Again. Hi.
OMG, hi.
Hi. I will jump on call again in a bit, I think. Sorry.
How do I say that, like, a string is owned? I just kind of do whatever the compiler tells me to do, and it's like, hey, you should do this. I'm like, okay, I'll do this then. Okay, will this work? Okay, that does work. Oh yeah, this should be a reference to a target. You know what? This is also going to be a. What do you mean expected type? This is a type. Oh. Anyone who knows anything about Rust right now is just going to be moaning in pain. Can I return value referencing temporary value? How do I fix this?
Hi. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Don't worry about turning it down or anything. Watch way. Sorry, I was just I'm in a room with someone else at the moment, so I wanted to make sure it was cool that I was on the call.
Neat. Okay, well, Copilot was actually wrong. And actually, I'm going to undo everything I just did, and I'm going to make it strings again, because I don't remember how Rust works.
I see.
I'm just going to add 2 string everywhere.
To go over what I was talking about, though, Judy, one thing to remember is, with these interactions, the system that we're making isn't just how Jack interacts. This is effectively the same system that players use for how they interact. Because the point is making sure NPCs and players are able to act in similar ways. The way that they change the world is similar, that is. Not they act similar because, replicating player behavior is difficult, but replicating what choices players have, that's what we're going for.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're saying is Jack can behave in a multitude of ways, but because he has the personal value of stab happy, his choices that are presented to him are more likely to be weighted towards being stabbing. He will then have the ability to choose between his different actions based on knowledge that he has, to either fulfill his personal wants, his relationship goals, or his political goals.
Yeah.
I'm just clarifying and making sure we were there, because I was on and off.
Yes, you're so right. Sorry, give me a second. Don't use Rust as your first programming language. Do something easy.
What's easier? Python?
Yes, Python is good. JavaScript is good. I started with Java. Java's very nice and simple. Rust is
Unfortunately,
horrible.
Java work on most things now. Boo-hoo.
Huh?
Unfortunately, JavaScript doesn't work on most things now. Boo-hoo.
What do you mean it doesn't work on most things now?
No, I'm thinking of Flash. Ignore me.
Oh, yeah, no, that's a totally different thing. The entire internet runs on JavaScript. Oh, it's because I don't have clone. That's the thing that I need to do. Okay, well, I'm... Clone. Dot clone. Type target cannot be dereferenced. Do I do that? Yes! Okay. So when Jack observes a target, it's just going to have, like, he's going to have his own brain ghost version of the target in his head.
Yeah. Because effectively what we're doing here is not saying he is 100% going to manage to do what he does. What we're doing first is deciding his thought process and what he decides to do.
Yeah. Essentially.
How capable of doing that is another system entirely. Another thing that I was thinking about is, would Jack be more likely to stab someone if he had a good relationship value with them? The answer is no, unless he knows they like being stabbed.
Exactly. This is what this little allegiance thing is here for.
And after allegiance, there's also the knowledge he has of the other person's personal values.
Yeah. So all of the stuff is just going to contain what Jack knows about the person, not what they actually are. He's gonna... Okay, so for the sake of example, no, let's not stab Diamond's Droog. That sounds like a terrible idea. We're gonna stab Carapacian number 35. What is the allegiance of Carapacian number 35?
Durst, and Midnight Crew is owned by Durst, but not directly in alliance with them.
That is the wrong button.
So, would an example of increasing the chances of certain actions be, all actions with the stabbing trait increase the chance of being picked by 20%, but everything else has a low chance? Not exactly. So, Jack's response should be to more likely be using violence, right? He's more violent, he stabs in more situations. But to say he just responds to everything with stabbing is kind of a flanderization of why he stabs. He stabs because he's got a short temper, because he responds with violence first. So if you just say chance of stabbing increased by this amount, you effectively remove the characterization from the action. It's better to say Jack is more stab happy, change the types of actions he has access to, let him make that choice based on values. More of them will be stabbing because those are the options that have become available. It's less increased by 20%, more make it so 2 out of 5 of them are stabbing. So yeah, increased by 20% is basically the same thing, but worded slightly differently because it's more about framing it as different choices rather than a percentile grid. Because obviously where this is more neural network based, it's meant to be a train of logic, a train of decision making with clear inputs and outputs. With those inputs and outputs focusing on telling a story, narrative, or character.
How on earth do I just reference something? Missing lifetime specifier.
Use the something tag. I hope this helps.
Copilot, explain this to me. Okay. It's used to the use of a reference in the action struct without specifying a lifetime. In Rust, every reference must have a lifetime, which tells the compiler how long that reference is valid. Okay, so this just means that the target has to live longer than the action, I think. So if the target dies, then the action also has to die.
I mean, that kind of makes sense. He would choose to do something different if the person became a corpse.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, mid-thought process. It's like, he's not going to be like, oh, well, this person is still alive.
What do you mean?
Like, if you see someone kneel over, he's not going to have a conversation with them after they've died, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He might stab their corpse, because it's Jack. But he would do it half-heartedly.
Implicit elided lifetime. What does elided mean?
I don't know, this is a big word.
Copilot, what does elided mean?
Google, show me this man's balls.
I did something and now it magically works. That's cool.
Well, random folk, that would be a different choice to stabbing them for the sake of killing them. Stabbing a corpse is different to stabbing a living person, so it's a different choice. That's effectively a different action. Choosing to stab a corpse is being vindictive to the dead.
Okay, so elided just means it got removed, but it's fine because we can infer what's actually going on. Oh. Potential targets. Who's this? Awesome. Right, this is going to be a... I'm so glad Blair isn't here. Blair would be cringing so badly at what I'm doing right now. No, wait. For reference, Blair is our resident rest station.
I thought you said crustacean.
Close, just drop the C.
Blair. They're our resident crab.
Yeah. No, rest users are called restations. Because the crest the crest, the rest logo is a crab. Weird. Is a dead body considered an object or is it a person?
Well, that's kind of interesting because with SBEPIS, objects aren't really considered objects so much as they are actors. It's more that it doesn't matter if you're alive or dead, you're always an actor trying to impose a change on the world. It's just when you become a corpse, you're a different actor to when you were not a corpse.
So really, all objects are people.
Sorry, go ahead. What did you say?
All objects are people.
Yeah. And what we mean by this is, with the system that we have set up, we effectively need all objects to try and prevent paradoxes as best they can. We won't be able to have them do that entirely, but that's where players come in and they get the job of, you know, restoring problems with timeline mishaps, right? When there's a situation that can't be possible to solve, players are expected to solve it with time travel. But objects will always try to resolve issues in a timeline. If they are from one point of time, but they get seen in another point of time, if you move backwards or forwards from those two separate points, they will try to find the middle ground and bridge that gap.
Expected an item. What do you mean expected an item?
All this corpse talk has me thinking about rainbow drinkers. Would it be possible to stab a corpse because you suspect it's undead? Would it be possible to play dead there? Can you play dead at all? So, I would say the way that we have the body system planned means that certain types of undead bodies are possible, but they are considered alive, just not alive in the same way that a human body is. The survival systems that keep them alive and animated would be non-organic systems. You wouldn't have a vascular or a pneuma system causing you to breathe and bleed. So yes, I suppose you could stab someone and see that what comes out of them is not in fact blood, but rather bursts of energy or black ichor. Would it be possible to play dead, however? That's another question. So I think playing dead? Ooh, I don't know. But I'd like to say yes. I don't see how we could mechanically do that without it interrupting other systems. I could see it being something that you unlock as a build ability. So it's an ability that you can just press, and playing dead does certain things, and that would make sense actually, because the way that we are planning builds to work in SBEPIS are kind of like, hey, here's a bunch of skills, here's a bunch of aspects. As you level them up, you will get new abilities at certain points where you can buy a new ability that is related to that, or a change in your current ability. Think Fallout New Vegas if you're familiar at all. So playing dead would likely be an ability you get with an acting skill also. Okay, that's actually a really cool idea. So if I want to revive a random dead body or give sentience to an object agent, or like a perfectly generic cube, would I be able to make it an ally? That's the hope, yes. Pretending to be dead to get kissed. Feign death. Playing dead may be an option to do in your quest bed. I don't think it's an area affected thing, because playing dead is something you can only do at a quest bed because people play dead in real life. I think it's just a thing that only certain people can do well enough where it's believed. Therefore, we can say it's a skill-related ability. Would be a nice Doom-themed ability. True, but we're trying not to do too much with aspects that is more interpretive by nature. Interpretive systems by nature spark debate in the Homestuck fandom, and anything that we do that is too interpretive risks alienating too much of the player base that would be there. So stuff like Doom abilities would be Doom powers that any player can get, but a Doom player can get more easily. Yeah. Yeah, but are NPCs going to check for undead or players themselves, like if they are undead? I assume if they have the knowledge system set that the undead exist, and the undead here, I'm assuming you mean to be more like zombies rather than vampires. I assume so, yeah, because they would see zombies as a potential threat that they know are from an area based on the knowledge system that we want set up. They would have learned what undead do with the survival and body systems, so they know, hey, undead have this and regular people don't. So they would learn to do things to test for that, to make sure someone is or is not undead. The player is laying, he is either dead or alive. Yeah, laying isn't the same as playing dead though, because that's also sleeping. So it works more like Baldur's Gate action. Someone would need to be good enough perception or int to know that you're faking it. Less so. It's more that you have a number of skills that you level up in play. Like in Fallout New Vegas, you have medicine, you have guns, you have, etc., etc. But once you get like 75 in guns and 20 in medicine, you get to eventually unlock a perk that gives you an ability specific to having that amount of points. It's saying you're smart enough to learn this skill. And this creates a situation where a player's build is innately driven by choices and experimentation they choose. When they level up, they get to pick what they have done. There is a certain amount of chance that we are leaning more into more traditional RPG mechanics for, because, not everything has a 100% chance of working. If convincing was an action that every agent player could do, when picked, it will take you to another menu that gives you a bunch of logic options. I'm not entirely certain about where this is going, just because something that brings up a secondary menu seems like a lot. Oh, shit. Discord closed. I'm so sorry, Jetty. I'm probably talking over you.
What? No, I'm waiting for you to finish.
Oh, sorry. I'm just answering questions as we go. Feel free to interrupt.
Okay, I don't know. Okay. So I've made a third test. The first test is when Jack cares about the Midnight Crew. He stabs the care patient, and when Jack's not in the Midnight Crew, he stabs DD. That's pretty
I would
much
say
it
that's
right
a
now.
political move.
Yeah, because
That's explicitly.
politics are something that I definitely have right now.
Yeah, the political system is about, you know, who is in charge of the Midnight Crew. He stabs DD because he feels an incoming power grab and he is paranoid, therefore he stabs.
Oh, I have to use static. Yeah. Hold on. Static. Missing type.
Keen and curved. Traditional RPG elements. 10 layers of submenus and options. I mean, to a certain degree, unfortunately, with SBERB, having menus is going to be unavoidable. However, we are trying to make them as unintrusive and non-existent as possible because they break immersion. So any menu that does exist is going to be, hopefully, what's the word? Where it's part of the world. Jetty, what's the word?
What's the word for what? Huh?
Oh, diegetic. Yes,
Yeah.
diegetic. So with that, we're hoping they'll be as unintrusive as possible. So, random folk. You say, what convincing was an action that every player/agent could do when picked? It will take you to another menu that gives you a bunch of logic options. An option could be make agent believe in real/fake intel. An example would be convince Treadwife Jack that Midnight Crew members except Jack is state dead. I would say that would give players a lot of control. However, the problem is dialogue is all real time and needs to be able to happen relatively quickly alongside combat. Anything that would require the opening of an additional menu slows down dialogue too much. You need to be able to see what dialogue options are available to you, switch between different things you can say, and pick what you're saying relatively quickly. We do have a system, however, that helps with that. Allies can be spoken to through Pester Chat, and Pester Chat is not a chat client players type in. It is effectively a menu where you choose exactly what you want to share with people. If you want to make Jack believe that, you have to send him a long-winded text.
Don't mind me, I'm just cleaning up some code. There we go. Okay. So here we currently the issue is that Jack just stabs Diamond's Droog all the time without checking the allegiances, right?
Mm-hmm.
So here I'm just going to change the potential targets to be the first. I'm going to filter out. Well, okay. Let's see.
They would.
We could just hard code if Midnight Crew, if we want the Midnight Crew to succeed, then we filter out all the Midnight Crew stuff. Otherwise, we want... Nope, don't do that. Otherwise, we'll just get the first target that we can actually look at. Actually, we should probably sort by threat level, because threat level is the thing that I just added.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Is there,
I
like, a
think threat level
max?
is a really good thing because threat level both talks about the artifact system but also NPCs.
Yeah. How do I pick an item with the highest value from a VEC in Rust? Copilot is amazing. Copilot will just answer all the questions that I have ever.
Good, as it should.
You can use the iter method to create an iterator, then you can use the max by key method to find an item with the highest value based on specified key. Okay, that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Max by key. I want X
Right.
square. What?
I'm gonna jump off for a bit now, folks, but I'll be back in maybe 2 hours
Alright, sounds good.
when I am ready for bed. So see you.
Bye-bye. I'm just gonna stay in call in case I don't come back. Alright, so here, we're... Okay. If we want the Midnight Crew to succeed, we gotta start by filtering it for stuff that's the Midnight Crew. Or for stuff that's not the Midnight Crew. There we go, easy. So now, this should make it so that... I'm actually going to remove this generate actions. I'm actually going to remove this generate targets too. How do you do like this, right? Midnight Crew succeed. Greater than 0. We do this action. Otherwise, we do this action. Alright, we want self dot potential targets. Boop. Actually, you know what? Let's just pick the Midnight Crew member with the highest threat level. Because that sounds useful for doing Midnight Crew things. Anything else. What happens if we... Let's just do an action that has nothing. We do nothing. And then our target is going to be... I don't know. Nothing? Should our target be nothing? None? Action. This should be an option. Boop. Wait. Is this like this? No, it is like this. Should be some... This is some action. This is also some action. Wait. No. Sorry. This is some target. This allows us to write another use case where Jack just does nothing. Function Jack does nothing. So if he doesn't want to stab anything and he doesn't want the Midnight Crew to succeed, then he just does nothing. Jacking my Nor until I read Miles. Thank you, Roxy. Would agents have access to their own form of chat? They use the chat system, which is just the general communication system. The chat is just, like, Pesterdom is just a form of the general communication system. If a character is doing nothing, that would be an action that they were doing on themselves. Yes. But also, I don't have Jack. Jack is currently Jack and not a target. Jack doesn't see himself as a target, and I don't feel like making Jack also see himself as a target, because that means I would have to start doing complicated rest things. Going to be useful for time travel stuff later on the line, but AI deterministic instead of weighted random. Yes, that is now determined deterministically. Don't worry, we got that covered. Actions like prototyping. Yes. Yeah, randomness is kind of bad here. Well, okay, there is. I say that, but we have like a 6-dimensional space-time system where like RNG is one of the axes, kind of like Undertale's fun number. Yeah, fun number. Thank you, Lily. And there's also a luck dimension where like certain things are, I don't know, stuff is weighted when you have a high luck value. If you're further along in the luck dimension. Let's run these tests. Let's see how these tests are going. Failed. Okay, what happens here? All right. When Jack failure. Jack stabs Carapacian when part of the Midnight Crew. Actually, he's stabbing Diamond's Droog. Also, he's stabbing Carapacian. That's unfortunate. I think I'm filtering for the wrong thing. Wait, is this filtering in or filtering out? The return iterator will yield only the elements for which the closure return is true. Lily.
If you're gonna put the Midnight Crew into SBEPIS, are you also gonna put Problem Sleuth in as the Prospecting version?
Oh yeah, Problem Sleuth is definitely the Prospecting version of Midnight Crew.
Good.
What's their group called?
I haven't read
Problem Sleuth Gang.
The midday gang.
Midday Gang. I like the Midday Gang.
Yeah.
That's silly. I like that. This is a really good. Why is he choosing to stab Diamond's Droog? Why is he choosing to stab Diamond's Droog in this instance? Oh, because I have these numbers swapped around. That's why. There we go. Oop. What did I just do? Oh, I pasted something. That was weird. Agents will probably have themselves as a valid target for things, or they will consider themselves allies. Like, Carcat would be a good example of a character who does not have himself as an ally. I mean, I can think of a number of reasons for why someone would attack themselves, but like, yeah, that's probably something that would happen. If someone sees themselves as like, oh no, I'm actually harmful to the thing, and they're like, winning the game value is above the self-preservation value, then they will just kill themselves.
I have another example.
Lily, what's your other example?
Rick from Rick and Morty sees himself as a target.
Okay, Rick from Rick and Morty sees himself as not an ally.
Especially in the time split episode. You know?
You're so right. Why did I open up a terminal? Okay, so now do all of our tests work? No, they don't work. What's next? Jack wants Midnight Crew to succeed. Oh, right. Okay, currently he's trying to find not Midnight Crew people. We want him to find actual Midnight Crew people. Yippee! Jack Noir is real, and he can do 2 things. And all of those things work. There we go. He now has the ability to stab things, and he has the ability to... I don't know, he has Midnight Crew as something. This is still not quite where I want the direction to go. I thought NPC framework hadn't been laid out yet. This is what we're doing right now. We're laying out the NPC framework. Congratulations, welcome to the stream. Now, what if Jack hates DD in particular and wants to kill DD despite wanting... What if Jack wants to kill DD to help the rest of the Midnight Crew succeed? This now means we have to consider, like... a lot more values. So now we have to have like values for each of the targets.
Back again.
Welcome back. DD friendship. Actually, here you can help. Okay, so we have we have a successful test for Jack wanting to stab a carapacian when Jack is part of the Midnight Crew. We have Jack wanting to stab Diamond's Droog when Jack is not part of the Midnight Crew, because DD has a very high threat level. We have Jack wanting the Midnight Crew to succeed with DD, because DD is the highest threat level of the Midnight Crew. Honestly, this should probably be some sort of relative value. And then we also have Jack does nothing when he has no motivation to do anything.
But also, we need a certain amount of variance in this. Jack shouldn't always do the same things, because players should see a certain degree of randomness that replicates the idea of free will in the characters.
Free will, in this case, is just going to be having so many parameters that the output will pretty much always be... It'll be predictable in the same way that you can tell what your friend is going to do in a given situation, but it's not going to be, like, exclusively the exact same thing every time, unless there's, like, time shenanigans involved.
And that's why I'm saying a certain degree of, like, random variance. There should be certain stuff that isn't fully predictable, because, you know, things are boring if we can only always predict people. People should surprise us. People should do things beyond our expectations. And not just because we don't know them, but because people sometimes do random shit.
Yeah, exactly. What was the next thing I was going to do? Oh yeah, okay. So how next we should probably figure out how to be like, okay, DD in particular is a threat to the Midnight Crew and must be eliminated. How do we represent this? Probably
So
just by
I would
saying,
say-
oh yeah, DD is no longer...
I have an answer to this because this was one of the things that I was writing for the combat document that I hadn't talked to you about yet, because I was thinking, how do we describe certain types of allegiances, and how do we describe the chance of betrayal, right?
Mhm.
So, there is something that I'm going to call the right-hand man, or the second in command, or like, you know, it's the idea of this isn't the leader, but it's pretty fucking close.
Mhm.
This is the position that commanders who aren't the leader of a group aim to become. So in terms of Prosper and Durst, you've got the 2 royal members. In terms of the Midnight Crew, you've got whoever's in charge and their right-hand person, right? Oh, sorry. I just got out of breath and dizzy from talking too fast.
Okay, I
Give me
don't
a
mean
second.
as a gameplay system. I mean in like data representation with the thing that I'm literally doing right
yeah.
now.
Yes, I know. I was getting to that. I just need a second because I got very dizzy. Sorry.
Okay, take your time.
I just want to get a little sip of water.
Okay, that's fine. So, in terms of this particular position, we look at who is in control of a faction. That is one of the data points that we need to know. Who has the most control of a faction? There can be 2 people vying for this position. So what makes it more likely that Jack stabbed DD is the fact that DD had the highest control of the faction besides him. Does that make sense? You're so right. I'm now adding a faction struct.
Thank you.
Because that's very important. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have a faction allegiance value.
Yeah.
Where the faction is going to
The other
have
thing to remember is a leader doesn't necessarily have to be the one with the most allegiance of their faction. Allegiance to a faction versus control is very different. To be allied with a faction means following that faction's rules. However, to lead means that you are in control of them. Those are different values, right?
Mm-hmm.
What makes rebellion or uprising or betrayal more likely is when someone's values are not aligned. So you look at how closely aligned basically DD's values are to both the Midnight Crew, to Durst, and to Jack's own personal values. If Jack sees that his personal values align very closely with DD's, it doesn't matter if DD isn't particularly loyal to Durst or to the Midnight Crew, because he knows that their values align more on an interpersonal level, so he trusts him more. And that's where the final thing comes in, a trust value, which is a combination of seeing how closely someone lines up with allied factions, with one's own relationship, and with one's own personal values. Because we can have a very good relationship with someone, but that doesn't mean our values align. Trust is the final value. And that's what makes it more or less likely that Jack will stab DD.
Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot, and for now I'm just I changed allegiance to benefit, so now there's just a calculated benefit value where it's like, yeah, this person benefits Midnight Crew a bunch, and if it's negative, then that person is causing harm to the Midnight Crew and must be eliminated.
The main thing that I'm trying to get at here is make sure it's not allegiance to the Midnight Crew, make sure it's 2 separate values, one for Jack and one for the faction. What is his own personal benefit?
Yeah. No. I'm ignoring the term allegiance for right now because it's like, I don't know, not super duper helpful right now.
I know. I know that. I'm just saying there's a difference between one's own personal goals and one's own political goals. It's not about allegiance, it's about different types of benefit. Like, Jack really wants to bang the Black Queen, right? He's
Yeah.
really a big fan.
I mean,
And
obviously,
he
who doesn't?
really hates her, but he wants this mutual. The problem is, they don't share political goals. They both want to be in charge, so they can't ever find middle ground. So they benefit each other on one system, but not the other, causing a different type of interaction.
Interesting. You literally can't see if two decimal numbers are equal in Rust.
Oh.
I like that. You can only tell if one's greater than the other because, technically speaking, 0.1 plus 0.3 is not or 1.1 plus 0.2 is not 0.3. It's actually 0.30000000004. So
I don't get that, but sure.
it's because numbers are not infinitely like. It's called floating. It's called floating point error. It's a whole big deal.
I get it. Trying to explain this to me currently will take up too much time. We'll get back to that when we're not streaming.
Yeah. Numbers aren't infinitely divisible.
So I'm making some mascarpone pasta, hence why I'm back on call. So I'm gonna eat something. I cannot see the live chat. What is going on?
What is going on?
Oh, never mind. I fixed it.
Talking about floating point numbers. Most important actions have values tied to them so that the factions are affected. So if a player reaches Gaia, that means they would be a high priority for the Durst army from then on. Yeah.
Matus Figgins says, wouldn't it be useful for time travel stuff later to make the later down the line to make AIs deterministic instead of weighted random, with the actions being chosen determined entirely by conditions?
Yeah, we went over that.
Yes, but yeah. Oh, okay. I was just gonna say. I was just gonna mention that. I was just gonna mention how with the time travel stuff, RNG is effectively a axis of time travel.
Yeah.
That's all.
Faction benefit. How do I... Oh! How do I use a...
Hey, Bruce.
You
okay, baby?
How do I create a hash map in Rust in a context... in a constant context?
That's how.
Okay, a hash map in Rust in a constant context. How do I get through one night without you? I don't get the reference, but that is funny. And I will appreciate that. Lazy static. No, don't do that.
Lazy static. Lazy static. Enderman's hot trans cousin.
So true. Huh? This is This is weird. Add lazy static. Huh? That's so weird. Hold on. Where's lazy static? Uh-huh, uh-huh. 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 Oh. That's so weird and very cool. Rust is like the weirdest and coolest programming language ever.
Okay.
Oh, how do I live without you? Yeah, from Homestuck. That's a Homestuck reference.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's only from Homestuck. That song
Yeah,
was
and
never played anywhere else.
exactly. I can't believe Toby Fox came up with such a banger.
I can't believe that Hussey and Toby Fox had an Empreg baby together, and it was that song. Well, it's not really Empreg when it's them, it's Clown Preg.
How? That's my terminal. Go away. How do I get if two references point to the same object? It keeps rewriting all my code, which I don't want it to.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the problem with like these tools. They don't understand that it's like, no, I don't need to write everything again from scratch. Just tell me what I need to change. Tell me the bit that's wrong, and I will fix it.
Okay, it appears to be pointer wait, is there an assert for this? Weird, it's making me define my own pointer assertion. Strange. Okay. Oh, I can't do that actually. Arrgh. This is cringe. I feel like I just shouldn't use a hash map, but I don't know what the other options are. List. No, I definitely want to use a hash map. Okay, start a new session so that you don't rewrite my code from scratch again. Explain this, Copilot. Using everything.
It's like, just act like what we're using you for, glorified Google.
Exactly.
Stop trying too hard. You're doing too much. We
Oh, it's
don't
'cause
want that. We don't know where you got that. We don't know what third-party stuff that has in there. We're not touching it. Just tell us what the problem is.
okay, ended up because I was trying to hash a faction, and it didn't implement hash, so now it implements hash. I love doing one-line changes in Rust.
See, when it tries too much, when it's like, yeah, let me do it for you. It's like, no, you're gonna do it wrong. Just leave it. Tell me what's wrong. You'll get that right.
Cannot find Diamond's Droog in this scope. Why not?
He's in there.
explain.
Can you explain to me, please? I just want you to tell me.
It says because it's spelled wrong, which is not true.
Oh. Are you sure?
Yeah?
I don't know, did you use a 0 instead of an O?
Do I
I'm
have
just hoping
to...
the AI gaslight you, that's all.
Yeah, it's working.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, now let's try it.
Ah, no, you did misspell it. Dimanons.
Okay, technically I did misspell it, but that's besides the point. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Go back to Copilot.
Okay, I did misspell it, but that's not what broke it.
Yeah, exactly. How do I...
That's you. That's you right now.
Yeah, because it's true.
True. Question mark.
Okay. Again, Copilot explain. However, based on the provided code, it seems like you're doing everything correct. Okay. Use lazy static. Lazy static. Is that better? That's not better.
Dementatas. People have all just started with misspelling diamonds in chat. What you should know.
Almonds Drew.
You're being cyberbullied, JD. You should block them.
No, I can't believe this. Oh, you're banned from my life. There's a Q&A if you want to. How would... Okay.
One more time, sir.
How would make individual agents use individual actions, or actions like swing, stab, bash, etc. global functions that agents can send their info to and then receive code for the action? Yes.
I mean, yeah. Because that's something we can say that players are doing too.
Or does every agent have these basic actions coded into the generic agent code?
No, other way around, because we need players to be able to do them. And players aren't doing them as directly, because the player might do something and then we have to determine what action it is.
There's a bunch of actions defined somewhere, and then everything just gets a list of that stuff. Everything uses the same list.
Yeah.
It's just that they'll be, like, inclined to do some things more than other things. Like weapon choice.
And players, they're not getting these options so much as... with dialogue they are, right? With dialogue we use it to weight what options we give them. But, in terms of everything else, players, we can't make their actions be something. We have to determine what their action was. We have to do it backwards. So it has to be separate. Because they might run around in circles. We don't know what that action is. We don't know why they're doing that. That could be a dodge. But in terms of the event system, we need something that the AIs look at and recognize their actions as. So it has to be separate so we can effectively take a stab in the dark as to what players were doing and why. Which kind of sucks.
this one of those funky... Yes, it is. I have to do a double... Cannot find Midnight Crew. Okay, well... Guess what? How do I filter for if there's... I don't know, or... Returns the option if it contains value, otherwise returns opt b. Unwrap or? Okay. Unwrap or 0 is greater than 0. Expected a reference to a number. Sure. Sure thing, bud. It should actually be less than 0. This is so stupid. Ah, yes, I have a reference to the number 0. And other statements made by the utterly deranged. How does the chat system work? Hey, Jackalope, do you want to talk about the chat system? I know you like the chat system.
One moment. I will talk about the chat system happily in a second.
Awesome.
I'm just plating up with... Once I'm sat down.
You're totally right. There could just be, like, Jack could have Jack's own faction, which is just called Jack. And that's totally how that works.
That's why I'm saying a personal value is separate to the faction value. I think that's the best way to talk about it. Who is allied to Jack versus who isn't.
I'm calling it the Jacktion.
Okay.
I still have no idea why this doesn't work, though. I'm very pleased with how this is coming together. I like this faction system. I don't like how it doesn't know what the Midnight Crew is. That's kind of annoying me. Okay. But yeah, unresolved import of lazy static. Okay, so it actually doesn't know what lazy static is. Oh, it's because I don't have lazy static imported to the entire project. Okay. Let's just thank you. Cargo add lazy static. Nice. Features are spin and spin no standard. I don't even want to know what spin means. Impel item signature doesn't match tree item signature. What are you complaining about? What is happening? Oh, well, these are supposed to be public. So there's that. Oop, not that.
Oh. Okay. Sorry, I needed a second. I was getting really dizzy and I knew it's because I was really hungry, so I wanted to make food real quick.
Ah, gotcha. That makes sense.
So I was a little bit woozy. Still am. But I didn't want to be chatting too much or stood up in front of the heat, you know. So, the chat system. Yes, we do have a chat system intended for SBEPIS. Effectively, we are going to have to do something a little controversial. All dialogue in-game, including interplayer conversations, are effectively going to be considered roleplay or choice-based dialogue. Therefore, in-game, we do not give players a direct means of communication other than stuff that we say will not affect the game. However, if you only interact with out-of-game dialogue systems, such as a voice chat with your co-players, or a text chat where you can talk about stuff out of character, you are effectively avoiding half of the game, because you're not doing in-character dialogue. It's effectively doing Baldur's Gate without actually having interpersonal dialogue between the party members. Therefore, we say to players, yeah, you can talk out of character, but really, you should be role-playing with each other with our in-game chat system. It is big old dialogue trees that are set up with a story system. And that's another system for another time when I'm less dizzy, unfortunately. I think you can hear it in my voice, I'm a bit...
Mm-hmm. Are you sure you're up for this right now?
I mean, it was just because I carried a heavy plate up the stairs. I'll be fine in a second.
Alright. Consider annotating Midnight Crew with derive equality. Where?
Jack fire on the streets where he gets the tricks. Yeah, random folk. That is effectively what it's like, but it's a bit more advanced than that. The reason that we're creating this logic system is because dialogue options become available based on the situation players find themselves in. Vanderkaal, unfortunately, we will not be able to make an infinite dialogue system, which is why we're focusing on making a story system. We're not going to be able to give players ultimate freedom when it comes to dialogue, because the only way to do that would involve us using tools that are frankly immoral, such as generative text tools.
This song sounds nothing like Homestuck. The music team for Beyond Canon was really like, ah yeah, this isn't canon Homestuck anymore, so we're just gonna do other stuff. I literally don't know what Copilot wants me to do here right now.
Mason Figgins. Yeah, that's actually why we're using a more restrictive dialogue system. The more restrictive system means that players will effectively be playing the game with a dialogue system that comes across more like Fallout New Vegas, where it's still expansive with a lot of choices available. However, it does mean that we won't be able to create a system that can allow players to have every situation available to them. We're mixing it with dialogue systems like dialogue systems in Hades, where newest events will take priority, but big changes into interpersonal relationships will unlock new types of interactions during downtime. Exactly. And Van der Kaal, yes, actually. The dialogue system is being built in the way that it is so that it can line up with our combat system, the Fray. Which means, if someone makes a dialogue pack for it, a rap battle can actually be a rap battle.
Yeah. I still can't tell what it wants me to do here.
Random Folk asks, how would y'all make it so that the game will not lag or can be compressed? Because from what we talk about in a stream, these sound like they would require a lot of code. Yes,
that's why we're using Rust, which is like a very low level language, which means it runs very quickly. Plus, we're using a game engine that is built for handling lots of small data very, 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 very quickly.
We're also using a level of detail system that effectively allows us to handle large world scale changes, but simplify the data when players aren't looking directly at it.
Oh, I learned the other day that apparently what block games do with terrain is they only save changes to the terrain to file, and then the rest of the terrain data is just regenerated when the chunk is loaded, which is pretty interesting.
Like it could get... It's interesting. I don't know if it's the solution for us, where we're going for a bit more of a different generation method.
I mean, the True. I still don't know how the terrain data is going to be stored, because like we're generating terrain based on we're generating terrain like it's a block game, but I still don't know how we want to modify the terrain, because No Man's Sky is a pretty good example of block-based terrain deformation that doesn't look block-based.
Yeah. The problem is we're not just doing block-based, it's block-based with physics. So that's the main thing, right? We're not just saying changes in the terrain will be recorded, we're saying changes in the terrain will be recorded and it will have an effect.
Use of undeclared... What do you mean? It's right there!
Yes, Mason Figgins. Would the functionality of an artifact be information that can be learned before actions involving it can be performed? I can definitely see that being the case for AI, but what about players? So players, we say that the character they are playing as does not have the same information as the person playing them. We effectively say that any information that the player knows the character doesn't is out of character information. Therefore, acting upon it is metagaming. However, metagaming is allowed in SBERP. That's what exiles are for. We say it happens, but it's not wrong. It's not part of the intended experience, so if you log offline and your character continues to play when you're not there, they will not act as if they know that. Because you, the player, knows that, your character does not. The artifact system is effectively major information about what an artifact is capable of doing, and therefore it is knowledge that a character will have about what an item can do. Hey, I'm gonna jump off call just because I am a little too sick.
Okay, sounds good. Are you gonna come back in a bit, or are you
I'll
gonna
come
stay
back
off this time?
if I'm feeling up to it.
All right, that sounds fine. Good luck.
Hello.
OMG, Blair.
Hi.
Hi.
Looks like you've got some tests.
You could call them that. I was just saying earlier that anyone who
File
looks
errors.
at my
Okay.
Rust code is going to like shrivel up and die.
What do you need help with? Undeclared crate. Oh.
Okay,
Oh,
so-
wait, what?
So I have.
Wait, what the? Why are you trying to access your tests crate from your? Because that's config test. Anything in the test crate is only ever gonna exist when it's like run as a test when you do cargo test. It can't exist otherwise.
Oh. Okay, so we have to abstract this information more, or better yet, do what Copilot is telling me and declare it up here, which is a good
Yeah,
fix for
exactly.
now. All right, not there. I'll put it here.
Oh, lazy static, yummy.
I've never
We should
heard of
replace-
lazy static before, and Copilot's like, yeah, this is the way you do this.
No, so the lazy static is not very performant, so we're gonna have to think about that actually. Also, Copilot is like going to do whatever, so I'll give you my unbiased opinions on what Copilot is doing.
Thank you. I would actually love that. I just wanted to declare a hash map.
Oh, really? Where did you want to store it, bruh?
Statically in the
Or,
struct.
I mean, you're storing it statically in the struct.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you're gonna want to do is you're gonna want to create. If you are trying to do anything statically, you are gonna want a static thing, and that's gonna be like for every instance of Jack or whatever, right? Or are there gonna be multiple Jack instances?
There are multiple Jack instances.
Okay, that's good to know. So there can be multiple Jack instances. We need to statically store data between the Jacks. So then we do. Okay, so we can either have a global component that we use. So like we just create a new struct and then make a plugin to insert the component and could keep all the data on that component.
I don't care
Or
about Bevy
we
right
could
now.
just use static.
This is just for testing.
Okay.
I'm not doing like
Well, even
gameplay
just
stuff.
Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. So you're just trying to like get behavior
Yeah.
correct right now. Okay.
I'm
my bad.
prototyping right now.
Eek is not satisfied for Midnight Crew. Okay, that's pretty simple. Insert does not exist for hash map. That doesn't seem right. Oh, there's a hash brown hash map, and then there's a hash brown hash map. So it's mishmash types. That's not good.
I mean, I'm using
but-
a hash brown hash map.
I don't know. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. There's no. How could there be a crate difference? Like, what the hell? Do you have multiple versions of it, or like?
No, I'm just using the one that's in Bevy Utils.
Okay, well
It's-
that's strange.
It's also complaining that Eek and Hash aren't like followed when they definitely are, because it's a faction that has Eek and Hash.
Okay, Eek and hash. Okay, good. So that's fine. This is a curious Rust moment.
Also, I have another
Yeah.
kind of Rust, like noob Rust question. Is this how I store strings? Do I have to pass this dumb little parameter? like pretty much
Oh,
everywhere?
no. So here's what you can do. There's multiple options as per usual, but
Okay.
you know they're different. They're different enough to where they matter. First thing, do you want it to be a string that is stored in multiple places and not copied directly?
No, I essentially just want the string to belong to the struct.
Okay, uppercase string is an owned string, so you don't have to pass in the tick A.
Awesome.
So, because capital S string is an owned type, so it's good.
The other thing is though is that I was trying to declare a constant, and it was like, hey, you can't use toString here. What do you think this is?
You can't. Oh, do you mean like you can't use an owned string for a constant?
Yeah.
Or expected string found stir? I mean,
It doesn't matter now that I'm using a lazy static, but like,
well, I want to see if that's actually a problem, but it shouldn't be. Yeah, that's fine. So I don't know why you would have been having issues with that. Also,
cannot call
I'm 90%
non-constant
sure
function toString in statics.
when you had lazy static around it, it worked.
Yeah, because lazy static lets you evaluate functions in fake static contexts. Hence, I need it to in order to initialize the hash maps, because the same thing applies to the hash maps.
Yeah, when I had I usually don't try to store things in constants due to this. I usually try to use like resources, like Bevy resources, but that's like a gameplay programming thing.
I just want to access these inside of each of my tests. That's all I want to do. I don't want to copy paste them for every test.
Oh yeah, that makes complete sense. I did the same thing with my I think I ran into the same thing with my inventory system that I made. And I did the exact same thing, so that's not helpful. That's good to know, I suppose.
Also, I assume that I still need to use the lifetime identifiers if I'm trying to store references to things, yeah? So for example, a target here has a hash map with a reference to a function, right? So I have to use tick A here?
You can also use, so there are smart pointers, like in C++, but the deal with smart pointers is that they all have different like ways of accessing the underlying data. So box is an owned, non-clonable smart pointer that stores everything on the heap. RC is a reference counted smart pointer, which allows you to clone it. Which allows you to clone the reference to the data, but to access the data, you have to borrow mute it to like say that you want it or some shit. And then with Arc is a thread safe version of RC. So those are like some smart pointers that you can use, and you can use those instead of regular references, but they're slightly slower. So, but they are easier to use, and you don't have to use lifetimes.
I literally do not care about speed right now. I'm just prototyping tests. Which would you recommend, box or RC?
Probably RC, unless it combines and then do Arc.
Okay. It probably won't. Oh, I have to import it. SMH. Okay, this is fine.
Nice. That works.
Okay, so it's just this then, yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome. This feels
That
like
should
it
be-
doesn't suck, which is rare.
I'm glad that I realized you were streaming, and then I was like, yeah, I need to be here to defend the homeland of Rust.
please, like, thank you so much for being. Wait, okay, hold on. How?
The Rust book is like really good. I haven't read it cover to cover because I kind of just ended up reading all the concepts on Stack Overflow. But like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
my friend is reading it cover to cover to learn Rust, and they're having a pretty good time of it. So, it, yeah, I'm sure there's like more useful information in there, but yeah, I'll just be the on-hand reference to the book in my own brain. Okay.
Okay, so
mismatched
so
struct-
RC implements copy. Awesome.
Yeah.
So I just dereference this when I want to return it. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, back to
Nice,
you.
Found at stir.
Oh, this is 2-string
Okay.
now.
Yeah.
And the word RC faction copy is shared between threads. Awesome. Looks like we're
RC
doing
cannot be shared.
ARC.
Yeah, arc. It's arced. I mean, is it because it's in a lazy static? Because if it's in a lazy static, that might be why. Because if you can take it out of the lazy static, then that's great. But if you can't, then that's, like, fine.
Unless
For
you
now.
have a way for me to take it out of the static, I don't think I can.
Okay, I'm just gonna trust you on that one, and we're gonna refactor out the static shit later. Because, yeah.
Okay. Expect. Oh, do I have to? Okay, so should I declare all of these as arc of the thing, or like what?
Wait, why are you doing that? Yeah, why? Wait, yeah, why? Do you need them to be stored in references for each
How do I
faction,
put them
or-
into references?
Well, then, yeah, if you need a expected. Oh, yeah, I guess you do need. Okay, so what you can do is you can either just do arc new there, or arc new in your. Yeah, I would do arc new in the original thing that you're doing. So go to definition on that.
Awesome. So here then.
And then, yeah, and then, like, surround the arcs. Yeah, surround it with arcs for that stuff.
How do I? That.
Yeah, and it should be arc new, and then the stuff, and then that's it.
Awesome. That
type
does
inference.
that does work. This is the stuff that's like why I initially hated Rust. Okay, and now you don't have to be references anymore because you can copy. What do you mean? Oh, wait, because no, what? Oh.
Future point of reference. Don't try to use static very often, if possible. Because it can be painful. Wait, what is that? Diamond's Droog. Diamond's Droog is right there. Arc target. Arc expected arc target. Bounce truck Diamond. Jack Moore Diamond's Droog. Okay. So undo all of that, and I guess just do arc around Diamond Droog as when Diamond Droog is just a target. Fucking please work. Am I allowed to swear? I'm sorry. I'm mad at
Sure, I don't care. It's YouTube, so whatever YouTube cares about. Does anyone mind if Blair
I should
swears?
start censoring myself. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just really mad at this Rust program.
Expected target found Diamond's Droog.
What in the hell? Okay, so I think it's
gotta
because
be
I
lazy
think
static.
It is lazy static. It is 100% lazy static.
How do I
I think-
see what it's expanding into. I know there's a cargo command for that.
Yeah, there's a cargo command for it, but it's annoying, and I don't know if it works while your code isn't compiling. Oh god, okay.
Well, it did just spit
Wow.
out the entire contents of the entire project, so... Is there a -H? Yes, there is. Item. Local path to module or other name to expand. Okay, so in that case, we're going to do... what is the root crate called? Or is it just... Jack... No.
I think
Noir.
those are appropriate
Noir.
and necessary while programming. I've never seen anyone do programming without swearing. Yeah.
I don't
think
swear
the
because it really
previous
kills my
were-
whole cute girl vibe. But that's about it.
I suppose.
Oh
that's not
my
really what I'm
gosh.
going for.
This literally works by declaring a struct named Diamond's Droog that then is of type Diamond's Droog.
This is
This is
I think
horrible.
Lazy static is cursed. We should just stop using it, like I said.
Brilliant.
Even if it's painful to stop, we need to stop using it like immediately.
Okay. How do I put the stuff in my code into my code? Can I make a macro that adds the things that I want in scope that I can call at the beginning of every... Should I ask Copilot?
Wait. That actually. So, do you need constants?
I don't care about constants. I just want the data here to be inside of my tests.
Okay. Oh, you. Okay.
That's all I care about.
I understand completely. Okay, you already had it as a constant, but you couldn't do it as a constant because you want an owned string type, right?
Because I wanted a hash map.
Because you wanted a hash map, yes. Okay. I don't think there is a const, which blows my mind, by the way. There should be a const hash map. But I guess because it's not in the stack, it can't be. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, I would say, either make a function that returns what you want it to return.
I want to return like
Or-
5 things.
Okay, then that's a little. I mean, I would make in that case, I would make a function for each item. But then that's like annoying.
That
So
is
there's
annoying.
another way to do it.
We go to Google,
there's-
we pull it off stream because I can't search for Rust.
Because honestly, like my brain is telling me make functions that return the stuff you want at runtime.
How do you set up teardown globally for tests? You can use a lazy static. Horrible. Don't use lazy static ever, as we've just seen.
Okay, well that's annoying. I mean, why didn't? Okay, wait. Let me. Lazy static naming issue. Lazy static type name issue. Come on, bro. Lazy static variable type not recognized. In a type that handles the lazy static. Usually you have to. However, this is restricted when generic types are involved. Okay. Oh, okay. So you're gonna want to dereference it.
I wanted to reference
It
it.
should work
That's the only part that we're missing. Is it we
Yeah.
want to dereference it instead of reference it.
I mean dereference.
Oh my gosh,
it
that
and then
works.
reference it.
Wait. Hold on. We expected.
If it expects a reference.
Oh no! We have to put it back into. We have to put it back into Arcland.
arc land. I've used lazy static before. I just like was having a moment today apparently. Sorry.
It's okay. Some days, every day is a day.
I guess you're doing I think you're doing different things with lazy static than I was doing with it as well.
Cannot
'Cause I was
move out of
using mine.
dereference. Arc does not implement copy.
Yeah, you just need to call clone.
All right.
That's not a big deal. That's like kind of expected, honestly.
That's too bad because the RC had clone. Okay, now what's the issue? Expected struct arc I32 found not the arc version.
Really strange. So map is a hash map of faction instead of an arc. Okay, I think your dereference. I think what you need to do is remove the dereference and yeah, that's good.
Oh,
That's
it was
helpful.
just I know the issue. It was just interpreting the type of the struct wrong. Never mind, it wasn't. I just need to clone it apparently.
Yeah.
That's so weird.
Okay. That is strange.
Hold on. So does this infer the type correctly? It does. So I just
Oh,
need to
we
call dot
already-
clone.
Yeah.
One of my least favorite parts of
That's
Rust is how
really-
much I have to call dot clone and dot into and whatever.
Well, to be fair, it's just like if you were doing a, I don't know. I see clone as not being that bad. Clone to me is like, oh yes, I'm making this explicit. That I'm making a bunch of memory allocations here. But like, in terms of like into, I kind of like the shorthand of into. It feels more like shorthand than longhand for shit. But clone is definitely just a lot of extra shit sometimes.
So I have to call dot clone every time I want to reference one of these things?
I suppose.
No. Mismatched types.
What is
Expected to oh, I have to reference the cloning.
Yeah, that's fine.
It feels so wrong.
It does feel so wrong. Welcome to hell.
You know what? I
Welcome to
take
lazy
back my
static.
statement about Rust being the best programming language ever, and I'm going back to Rust has very complicated features. And that's my entire statement
Rust
on it.
has. Yeah. I would say that you're not wrong, but at the same time, it makes all the right compromises. So, I don't know. It's frustrating.
And I have to call copy when I finally unwrap it. Or I have to call clone when I unwrap it, because... Okay, that part stopped. Okay, private type faction and public
Yay!
interface.
We got half
Finally.
of the code working. Yay!
You know what? No
Came
longer
in and
public.
fixed half of it.
Expected
Yay!
type...
See,
Wait. Huh?
wait.
Expected struct arc target. Found target.
Go up to those.
Oh,
things
it's
again.
because I didn't make it arc.
Oh yeah, that's a simple fix.
Unexpected token in input. What did I mess up? Oh, no, wait. Sorry. Arc. New target. Haha, I'm a little bit silly. Welcome to the programming stream. This is what I actually wanted the programming stream to be like. More or less. Okay, this is better. This isn't crashing horribly.
I'm glad I actually came in here at a decent time to be able to help. I do apologize for Rust's fussiness around lazy static. But it is good to know that you can have this, that you can actually avoid that you can have static data initiated in lazy static that is owned and shit. Like you have the string type. Like the fact that we can use the string type and we can use hash map is like good. Like the fact that it works is great. That it overcomes that problem isn't annoying that the problem exists in the first place, but it kind of also is just the way that system's programming works. So yeah.
This is why I wanted to write SBEPIS, which was in my head, rest for people who don't like systems programming. In parentheses, me.
Yeah.
So I might still revisit SBEPIS at some point. If this gets too... I mean, fortunately, like, the Bevy stuff isn't too hard. Everything that uses Bevy, perfectly fine. Well... Actually, no, because I'm going to have a reference to a faction shared between entities.
Oh, no, I can help you with that, for sure. But, like, it's like, yeah, you are going to have moments where you are going to have to just do some finagling with references and stuff. But, like, once I figured that out, and I, like, learned how to do it, it kind of comes as, like, second nature. I'm like, oh, I need an arc here. Oh, I need a box here. Oh, I need a regular reference here. You know, like, just use the tool for the job, like if statement, and continue programming.
Yeah, I just gotta know what the tool is. Can I change my bitrate live? YouTube keeps yelling at me. It's like, your bitrate is too low. It does not look like I can. Oh well.
I really struggled with smart pointers when I started. You know that VST project that I made?
Yeah.
Like that uses RC refcell under the hood to do all of the stuff with like it does some really janky stuff with references to be able to optimize the speed at which the code runs, because you just need to do it with references to make it faster. And that took me like a significant amount of time. That was not easy at all. But once I learned it, I was like, oh, this is like not actually that bad.
Interesting. Okay. Okay, here's my next problem. Here I'm using the hash map to be like, okay, get the benefits for the Midnight Crew faction, which is just an integer, right? I'm then unwrapping ore and then the value, but I have to like have a borrowed integer because it's a hash map, so the I-32 is borrowed.
You can dereference an I-32. And it will automatically copy.
Where would I do that? Like,
you would dereference it. You would do some parentheses and dereference it. Yeah.
Actually, just be like here.
Although I usually just keep the borrowed number because I don't really care.
That makes sense. I need to like unwrap ore and then also dereference in one function. So I can just have 0 and then, or like unwrap or unwrap copied or something like that. I don't know. Whatever. I guess it's rusty for now.
Yeah, it compiles, therefore it is good. That is what I've learned with Rust, is that if it compiles, it is good.
How do you suppose it can change the command that runs tests in VS Code?
It's a very, I would say that Rust's, like, profile for, like, correctness is so high that just getting the freaking code to compile and run properly is an achievement in and of itself, and usually all I strive to do, other than, like, minimal refactoring and stuff.
That makes sense. I think that's what everyone thinks about Rust.
Yeah.
There's a test explorer? What's the test explorer look like?
Also, because this project is, like, I'm assuming this project is gonna be massive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the infrastructure around Rust is really good for massive projects.
Yeah, that's why
one
we're
thing
doing it.
Yeah. And the fact that, like, the performance is gonna scale in a way that's not horrible is also nice.
What do you mean experimental support for interpreting tests?
Whoa, what?
What do you mean what does interpreting tests mean?
I'm gonna look that up.
Anyway, I just thought it'd be funny if I could make the run tests command use cargo mommy.
I'm sure there is a cargo mommy for tests. If there isn't, then there should be.
I mean, there's a cargo mommy for literally everything. It literally just, you put cargo mommy and then any cargo command, and then it just checks whether the output was successful or not.
Oh, so we just need to make every cargo command. I don't know.
Yeah, I just want it, instead of running cargo test, I needed to run cargo mommy test. But also, I can't figure out how to make like VS Code running action things look nice or feel good to use. So I've been using like Code Runner with a shortcut that just runs cargo mommy run, I think.
Huh. Yeah, I would, if I was gonna use anything, I would just use like, man, my brain is gone, I'm sorry.
Vander Carl, you're so right. I still haven't forgiven them for freaking up the Bandcamp albums either. I'm so mad. I still keep trying to find the original version somewhere to archive, but I have no idea where they are. Sorry, I just got really passionate for a brief second there. What were we doing?
I don't remember.
Okay, we're getting Jack Noir to work. Okay, we now have a faction system. We have factioning that can faction with the factions.
Yay. This looks legit.
Yeah, right? I just need to, like, abstract it out. Obviously, I don't want to have the AI code's next action directly reference Midnight Crew. Or anything, right?
Yeah.
Or reference values like, if the Midnight Crew success value is over 0, then do things that are relevant to Midnight Crew success. I need to have things that are like... Huh?
I can just already tell that this is trait land.
Yeah, I love traits. Traits are so cool. Traits are awesome. But also, this entire AI system is going to look like a neural net by the time we're done, because we have to be like, okay, here's my personal value for, like, survivability. Here's my personal value for how much I like the Midnight Crew and want it to succeed. Here's my personal value for how much I like stabbing things. These things all get multiplied together into a bunch of actions that I can do, and I'll just pick whichever action is the best.
Oh man, that's gonna be something.
Right? I'm excited, but I have to like get the infrastructure to work, which is what the stream is mostly about.
I feel like I'm just very happy that I could help you out with all of the awful lazy staticness.
Thank you so much. I think right now
Yeah.
the thing I gotta do is I don't know, abstract out this whole faction system into some kind of matrix or something, or at least something that's expandable and doesn't just depend on a specific trait implementation, even though it like totally could. Actually, that's not a terrible idea.
I mean, you could make it expandable. All you have to do to make a quote-unquote expandable trait is to have, like, a hash map of boxed functions or something.
You can
And then you have
you can make boxed functions? That shouldn't surprise me, but it does.
Yeah, for my node editor thing, all of the node logic is boxed functions. That just get, like, it's literally just a static function that I put in a box, and then I have the definition for the node, and then I have the logic for the node, and the logic is just a boxed function.
I like that.
It's pretty cool. If you need it to be fully expandable, that's probably the best way to do it.
Do we have link messages disabled? I suppose it's like a YouTube thing, but like, what happens if I click this button? Channel dashboard, settings, automated filters. Oh nice, you already have one block user. Sorry, keep going.
Ooh, block user?
Probably just like a what's it called? Like I think it was like an ad bot.
But yeah, I was surprised by how, like, ergonomic Rust's, like, function, like, variable stuff is, just because functions are pointers and shit. And they just follow the borrowing rules.
Okay, there's an option to block links. It's off permanent, or so YouTube won't let you post links unless you're a moderator, right? You can make it go from like permanently disabled to held for review, which is like a step up. Hey Vandercrawl, can you try sending those messages again? And I'll see if I can approve them.
What a pain.
Yeah, kind of a pain.
You know,
I'm not liking how YouTube does their whole chatting.
I'm gonna make a browser extension that auto approves everything.
Auto approves everything. There is no moderation.
I'm gonna add
Those
the
did
other
not go
option
through.
back.
That would be really funny.
A handmade neural network. That's awesome.
I mean, it kind
Oh
of
my
looks
God,
like a neural network, you know?
This is gonna be like so much. Holy crap.
Actually, Vandercrawl, can you... Those did not go through. Can you go and... Can you post them in the Discord, like, VC channel that we're in? And I will repost those. I can't hear join sounds or anything, so I'm just I don't know when anyone joins unless they start talking. Okay, well, the next thing I'm going to do is... Can I close the side panel? I guess I can. Wait, I need to open... commit... Where's the Git panel? I don't remember how to open up the Git panel. Figure it out later. The thing I want to do right now... Which text channel is that? None of them. Put them in the VC text channel. The devs speak VC text channel. I love piracy. That's a joke. For legal reasons, that's a joke. I don't condone pirating at all.
Yeah, me neither. I don't need to. I use open source software.
Oh, wait, Homestuck.net has them? I have an archive of Homestuck.net. Too bad if you wanted to see SBEPIS work. This is what we're doing now. Music.
Ooh.
And hsmusic.wiki. Oh, I've seen this site before. That's where I was figuring out most of the lost Homestuck tracks. Oh, Lumi Radio. That's what I used to use for my music. It does not appear to contain the actual music, although I can definitely... Ooh, this looks really scrapable.
Oh, yeah.
No, because they just link to other things, don't they? Listen on Bandcamp or YouTube. I mean, I could scrape this.
You could scrape it, yeah. You just have to do YouTube DL or something.
There are YouTube playlists, so I could just do the playlists.
Oh, yeah. My bad.
The question is, does it contain all the songs? It does. That might be a fun project for another time. Thank you so much for sending me this. Okay, back to actual work. Put that back there. Oh.
What, Faction Valley right now?
Linux is so strange. My VTuber works when I'm hovering over this or VS Code, but not this or Firefox. Because of, like, window permissions or something. I'm betting
so
because
annoying.
this is what's it called? Electron. It's gotta be something with Electron.
Oh.
That
Yeah,
allows
Electron.
that allows on Linux for other applications to see where my mouse is. Because otherwise, due to a security feature on Wayland, nothing can know where my mouse is unless it's hovering over one of the application windows.
Yeah, well, I use X11, so I don't have that issue.
I've had so many issues with Wayland recently that I've been debating switching to X11. I don't know what the difference is.
There isn't. I don't really know. I know that all that I know is that Pop! OS is making a new desktop environment entirely in Rust, and I'm really excited to use it when it comes out.
Are you excited for Rust in the Linux kernel?
I've been watching the debates on that, and oh my god, the amount of factionalism in the Linux kernel is crazy, and I just hope that whoever's trying to commit safe code there, just keep doing the Lord's work, honestly. But yeah. You know, I would not want to be on the receiving end of the amount of drama that people are creating for it being in the kernel. And because like the main reason why there's so much drama is because there's a lot of like persistent bugs in the kernel that people don't want to fix, or like things they need to specify that are unsound. And it's more of a it just works, so keep it this way situation. So that's kind of all I know about it. But yeah.
Interesting. That sounds like a lot of internet drama that I won't get into because I hate drama.
Yeah, I also hated it. It was awful. I watched like a percentage of the live lecture that was being given, and like the dude who was like hosting the lecture totally interrupted the presenter about like it was super rude. And like it was not fun.
That's gross.
Yeah.
Why does font not have an anti-aliasing feature in Pinta? This is so sad.
Pinta.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is I want to like take a step back from the code and start writing down some actual directions for Jack to go in here. So like here are all of his personal value. I want to essentially make a list of personal, or just in general, values, and then a bunch of actions that he can take. Right? One of his values is stabbiness. That relates to an action of stabbing. But then, of course, you could have a bunch of actions that are like, stab the Black Queen, stab John, you know? And which one of these actions he takes is based on stuff that he does. Here, I'm also just going to have do nothing as an action. So let's see, this contributes a total, this is a multiplier, or not multiplier, this adds 1. This adds also 1. This does -1 because we don't want to not do nothing.
Yeah, if you're feeling stabby, you don't want to do nothing.
Yeah, you don't want to do nothing. Right? And then what's our...
I'll give it right.
Hey, BQ. This contributes nothing to do nothing. Okay, I guess it contributes -1 to do nothing. It doesn't contribute anything to stabbing John because it has nothing to do with John. Right? But for stabbing the Black Queen, that definitely contributes something to stabbing the Black Queen. So in total, this is 2, this is -2, and this is 1. So the resulting action is going to be stabbing the Black Queen, right? We need to distill this into a bunch of arbitrary systems. We've determined that stabbiness is a personal value. We've also determined that hating is based on, I guess, loyalty or pecking order or something like that. When actually, like, I've realized, oh, it's just like a faction allegiance kind of deal. So it's just an allegiance to the Black Queen, which is different from allegiance to, like, Durst or whatever. So we've already covered the allegiance to the Black Queen part, because that's just a faction that we can make. The personal values thing, I'm not sure how to get actions from. Or to generate. I don't know how to generate actions in general. Besides just having a big list of them that everything can contribute to. Which doesn't sound like a horrible idea.
Yeah, I'm voting for that.
So, just as essentially using the existing hash map technology, right? So
Yup.
let's
Wait. Wait. Never mind. I'm dumb. Because hash map is unordered, and unordered is fine. We don't need a B-tree map.
No, yeah, we don't need anything to be ordered, because we're all just going to be picking out we're just going to be iterating and picking out the most important things anyway. So, if we want... What should determine the act... Okay, I suppose... Let's just make a hash map called personal values. And it's going to be a... I'm going to just make a struct called personal value. And it's honestly just going to have a name. Implement all of that stuff. And we're also going to have it be hash. And this is going to be a hash map of probably personal values and probably just another integer. This music is very annoying. And the music controls don't want to work. Hold on, one moment. Audio, music. There we go. Then I guess the... What was I trying to do? No, this shouldn't be a... this shouldn't be... I need a mapping from values to actions and a weight. So I guess I'll just have a weight struct. Call it action weight. And this is going to have probably a reference to an action. And then a weight, which is I32. So what this means for Jack is that Jack has a personal value for... The fact that everything is a block and rest is really cool. I can just do stuff like this. That's not what I wanted. This is very cool.
Yeah, often I forget about that you can just declare arbitrary blocks. That's something that I forget about regularly.
Stabbing. This is going to be an action weight that has description of stabbing. Oh, right. We don't want it to be a specific action. We want it to be like an action type. Implement all the things I like. So instead of a description, it's going to have this type. Oh, except I can't use the word type. Let's just call it action type.
Okay, I would recommend making that a tuple struct.
Which thing, the action or the action type?
Action type.
All right. I never...
That's just like a nitpick.
Yeah, I don't particularly know when... I mean, like, what if I want to add more data to action type later? Then I'll already have the it as a struct that has a name field.
You make a good point. I guess for me, it's like, if I know it's going to be like an ID kind of thing, then I usually try to not store data in it, but that's... I don't know, it depends. Also, it's like more verbose, so if you know you're not going to expand it, then, you know. It's up to you, though. Because I don't know.
It's whatever. It doesn't particularly matter right now.
Really?
I'm gonna start defining some... Hey, look! It already... I love Copilot so much. It already knows what I want.
Dude.
Expected... Oh, right. This has to be a reference.
Oh, did you know that you can do arc of stir?
I mean, that makes sense.
It reduces the amount of references you need to do by one, so it's better to do it that way if possible. But
Instead of what?
That's just a... Instead of like a... Instead of an owned string. Because an owned string contains the reference inside it. Doing an arc stir removes one of those references. But that's just a thing for later. Because if you end up keeping the, oh yeah, no, I guess it is just a vec of UA, and then it has all the methods implemented for it.
It's a vec of U8 instead of a slice of U8.
Yeah.
Oh well, I guess it doesn't matter.
That makes sense because it's resizable. Yeah, that's just an interesting thing to note, is that if you're going to be doing IDs, then that's an amazing way to do them, honestly. That I learned from YouTube.
Interesting. Okay. That sounds pretty nifty, actually. Yeah. Ooh, yes. Okay. I like this a lot better. Action type, do midnight crew things. Part of me is wanting to put half of these in enums, even though I know that's actually a terrible idea. I'm like, this would look so nice if it were in an enum.
But then you don't have the expandability that you need.
Yeah, which is the sad part. Okay, so Jack now has a personal value that is stabbing. I'm just gonna give the rest of them have no personal values. No. Just for now. I should really add a default implementation at some point. So now, the things that give the actions are determined by the personal values. I guess. Yeah, that's fine. Self.personal values. Let's look back at the diagram. I like diagrams. We want to go through all of the potential actions. Actually, how do we get... We would have to like do some iteration multiplication thing in order to get... Okay, we want to stab and then each of the targets. And each of those are different... Like, it's a different action, quote unquote. Hold on. General question, do you plan to make a playable SBERB, or do you plan to include in-universe meta of the story? Yeah, we want to do pretty much everything in Homestuck except for, like, Homestuck itself. So like we want to have trolls as a race that you can play, but we don't want to have like, oh, it's specifically the Homestuck trolls, or it's specifically the Homestuck humans. That's a different version of quote unquote the game, which is, you know, SBEPIS or Spurb or Scrub. There are several universes removed, but the mechanics are still the same, more or less. So I guess we want to get a list of every single action type, and then this could get very complicated very quickly. Okay, so you have action types. There is stab. There is nothing. Then we have a list of targets. We have, as far as this document is concerned, we have Black Queen, we have John, because John's here for some reason. And we also have Jack. Jack can target himself for things. We gotta multiply these things together. Into a list of stab Black Queen, stab John, stab Jack, and then also do nothing because it doesn't take a target parameter, which means action types will have to have targets in them. So one or I guess just a target. Nothing has nothing. And so this is a total list of stuff we want to add up, go through, and compute with. So we take this stuff, and now we have a big list of stuff we can mash against. So now we take all of our personal values, which is come on. Pinta is so jank. Brush. Thank you. Alright, so we have stabbiness. Ignore the fact there's an extra B there for no reason. There's stabbiness and there's hate, Black Queen. There's also hate. Actually, there's even more stuff we have to figure out, because there's also personal values and allegiances. Personal values. Stabbiness. That's awesome. That goes there. There's also allegiant. I don't know how to spell that. Black Queen, poor. I guess this is just relationships. You know what? Close enough. Black Queen, poor. John, mid. I guess Jack would technically be his own ally. Good. So then we put these things in here. Black Queen, John, and Jack. And we can see that stabbiness is positive for those three. Black Queen is highly positive for the top one because it involves something bad happening to the Black Queen. I guess it contributes nothing, but okay, so these are all positive. Stabbing the Black Queen is positive. John is 0, and Jack is a negative. Plus 0 and minus. So eventually we end up with results that look like stab Black Queen is 2, stab John is 0, or I guess 1, stab Jack is also 0, and then nothing is also 0. So obviously what he's going to do here is stab the Black Queen. So this is all of the stuff we have to maneuver together. How this stuff contributes is each action is So for the stabbiness itself, it gives a positive attribute to anything that has the stab action. For the allegiances, it gives a positive value for any stab target, I guess for any action that has a negative effect on the target. So yes. So optionally a target. I guess I should also tell whether or not the action type is beneficial or not. Beneficial to target. Bool. And it's going to be false for stabbing. That's going to be true. And this, I guess, this is where things get complicated because, like, there's no target here. So it's not exactly beneficial to the target because there's no target. I would have to make, like, a list. Hi, welcome back.
Oh, I'm still here. I just, like, needed a moment.
Okay.
I'm listening in. Could make an I suppose.
True! Could have an enum. For, like, target amountness?
You could also just have an I-32 or something.
For number of targets?
Or an I. Or... No, I was talking about beneficial to target. Either... How many states can there be for that?
Oh, just...
Is it just the -1, 1, and 0?
Like, it's just what... Like, stabbing someone is gonna be bad for them.
Okay, so it really is just -1, 0, and 1. So yeah, then you could do an enum where the values equal -1, 0, and 1.
I mean, I don't care about 0 here. It's just a... It's a multiplier, but if it's... I don't think I want to state for does not matter much to the target at all. Which would be like the 0 equivalent, right?
Then a rule is better. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just whether it's negative or positive.
Yeah, alright. I was just like... That was included in the specification you were drawing up earlier, so that's why I brought it up.
Now that's a different part. That's
Oh,
based...
my bad.
Yeah, right now I'm working on the stabbiness, not this part.
I see. My bad.
This part is like the relationship. So
Okay.
each part of the relationship gets multiplied by whether it's positive or negative.
Okay.
But then what? This is more fun Rust shenanigans because, like, okay, here's an action type. It doesn't have any targets, or it doesn't take any targets. So, like, how do you know if the target... How do you say that, like, it's beneficial to a target when there's no target?
you need a reference to the target, right?
Well, yeah, in the action I have an optional reference to a target, but like, what if the action type? Essentially, I want to just be like, does this thing have a target, or is it capable of taking a target? And if it does, is it beneficial to the target? And then also that allows you to specify what the target actually is when you're actually doing an instance, like an when you're actually performing the action using the action type. With me so far?
Okay, so you instantiate an action with info from action type,
Yeah.
right? Is that kind of what you're getting at? And then the actual target is an actual reference to the target.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the action type has the type of target that it can be.
Yeah.
Is there a target type?
There's not yet. Which there's just target struct. That represents an
Okay.
individual.
Okay, so let's just say the name is the string, or the name string is the target type for right now. Or something. It doesn't really matter. We can store that however we want to.
I just mean like, okay,
so you need
I need to specify whether or not an action type takes a target, and then if it takes a target, specifies whether or not the action would be beneficial to the target or not. I mean, I could just put this in an option. I could put this bool in an option, right?
Yeah, perfect.
But also, I would like some way to link, like, this beneficial to target part and this target part, because these will both be true, or these will both be some, or these will both be none. You know?
Okay. Do I understand exactly what you mean? That's kind of hard to do. I think that generally, if you're doing match statements, both of the cases should be handled anyway, right? So it's gonna be like, why does that even matter that you need to know that they're both some if you're gonna handle both cases anyway?
I mean, I guess. That is true. Alright, I'll just deal with it for now. So this is just gonna be
Yeah.
some false. This is gonna be some true. This is gonna be none. Because there's no target.
Cool.
Okay, now we come back to this diagram and try to implement all this garbage. Okay, so we have personal values are related to, for now, let's just say that they're related to the action type. So I'm gonna have a list of weights. Just a total list of weights. I don't know what that's actually going to look like. I'm going to have it be a vec of something. What is it? Not sure right now. We populate these weights with, for each personal value, actually no, yeah, we populate it with the personal values and the allegiances. So is there a, I need to have this be mute. Is there a push multiple?
Extend. Append or extend, I believe.
Interesting. Oh, append
Yeah, both of
removes the
those.
other ones. Okay, that makes sense. self dot personal values. Yes, essentially that's just going to extend all of the personal values. Now we're also going to push allegiances. Or multiple of these. This should be a vec of factions, which makes sense. Which means this is probably going to have to be traded. Yippee. Okay, that's all the weights. Now we need actions. And these actions are going to have...
Wait, are self.allegiances and self.personal values different types?
Yes. Like I said, they're this list here, this is what I'm was doing there, that list of weights. This is going to have to be
Traded. I see. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Yep, that's right. Mhm.
Our action types are stab
Trait.
and nothing. So, huh?
Trait objects. Woo.
Yeah, I love traits.
Except when they have to be stored behind a pointer, because it's a dime.
I still don't understand Dine.
It is a function table. It stores the references to each of the functions and names them and keeps track of all that for you for each object. So it basically just stores function pointers. That's it.
Interesting. Okay. There should be action weights. What is V here? Oh, these are keys. I wanted values. Duh. Iterators. I love iterators. Okay, I at least know this is going to be a vec of actions. So I need to further... What's it called when you take... What is this kind of multiplicative behavior called?
There's a there. Are you trying to like?
In C#,
What do you
it's called
mean?
select many.
Let me look at select many.
It's a mapping function that it's essentially a map into a map that returns a list and then it flattens those.
I see what you mean. That is a great question.
What's the equivalent
100
to C#'s select in Rust?
Do that really quick. Select many.
Oh, it's called flat map. That makes sense.
Yeah, select many. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So I want to do
Flat map.
if the I need a reference to the thing. If v dot beneficial to target is some, yes, then we do a list of all of the potential targets. self dot potential. Wow, thank you for knowing exactly what I want, Copilot. You're so nice. Missing closing delimiter. If and else have incompatible. Oh, because this needs to be an iter. If and else have incompatible types.
Oh,
Expected
do
strat-
collect on the first one. Just do collect on the first one.
Do I need to do collect on the first one? I don't need it
Well,
to
if you
return
do
a
collect on the
I don't need it to return a vector.
Well, okay.
I'd rather this returns an iterator.
You would rather it return an iterator. But it's a map versus just an into iter for your vec. So it's different types regardless.
But isn't into iter.
You can make a type. You can, yeah, I believe you can just do. Can you do impl iterator in a type? Because if you can, that would be perfect. I want to see if you can do that, because that would be perfect.
Or it could collect this. Hold on. No, I'm curious about what, like... What
On
it's...
Google AI.
I could also have Copilot explain it. Says I can just do into iter.
Yeah, silly. It doesn't know. It just simply doesn't know. It can't. It doesn't know.
It doesn't know. Oh, the first one is a
Yeah.
map.
The first one's a map. The second one's an into iter. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Map.
Darn, calling
Yeah,
into
see,
iter
it's gonna-
doesn't return a map.
'cause
Or it
it's
doesn't
already
return like
there.
an into iter. I mean,
No. Even if it did return an into iter, the types inside of the into iters are different.
why? What are the inner types?
Again, I think that maybe type annotating it with impl iter might be the best way to try it. Or something.
Marking what with into iter?
So if you do, so you're doing, where are you assigning this to? Oh, you're just returning it out of the flat map, right?
Yeah. flat map
Yeah,
wants
you're
it
just
to
returning
return
out a
an into iter.
Okay, what if you type annotate the function to be impl iter of the type that you want? Impl iter of target or something.
No, the issue is that
So
it's just the if and else return different types.
Closure. Yeah, but I'm saying that if you do an explicit annotation
On
that
flat map?
is impl iterator, then it might work on the closure.
How do you...
You can do a after the bars. No, after the bars, if you do a arrow and you do the type that you want to return out of the closure, then that should be what you need. And then impl iterator. Yeah, box dyn iterator. Perfect. Cargo knew exactly what we wanted.
Cargo. Copilot.
Or not cargo. Pilot. Yeah, I would say that that's probably gonna work. and would probably, and then you don't have to allocate your shit. Perfect.
Doesn't a box allocate stuff?
Well, it just allocates a pointer to the stuff, which is very cheap.
Oh, true. Anyway, now it's still complaining. Expected a box of stuff.
Oh yeah, then just bruh. If you put both of those in a box, then you win.
If I put both of them in a box, I win. This is very silly to me. Wow, that worked. But now I have a map full of boxes.
Cool. Now what?
Oh wait, that just works? Wait. Yeah, no, it's extending. Huh? It appears to be extending this perfectly fine. Wow, I don't know how boxes work. That's cool.
It might just be automatically taking them as references or something. You know what I mean?
That makes sense. That would make sense, yeah. I forgot that Jack randomly stabs people he considers friends. I forgot that's an important part of Jack's communication style. I'll deal with that later.
Maybe there should just be some like random element to that, but who knows?
True.
I'm not in charge of that.
Okay, so now we have this list made. We have this list made. Now we have to combine them together. Which involves what? Iterating through these and creating values for iterating through all of those. I guess that sure. No, not that one. This one. So I got let weights equal. I suppose I have to iterate through the actions, don't I? Let's see. Is Copilot gonna be correct? All right, map through all the actions. Weight equals values. Why is this? Is this a tuple?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know.
Oh,
why
I
it's
suppose I
returning
would
a
need.
tuple.
I suppose I would need a tuple, wouldn't I? Okay, so v dot.
How much of that did it get correct? Because I don't actually know what you're trying to do.
It's actually pretty close.
That's unbelievable.
I need, instead of like a wait times, I need like get wait for action, and then I provide it with the action, and then this is the tradable part. Actually, wait, what is this doing? Actually, let's just do A.
Wait, remove that.
And it's like, oh, it doesn't have a thing. And I'm like, yeah, I know.
I'm having fun helping out today.
I'm glad. I'm having fun programming with you here today.
Pair programming is fun.
Oh yeah, I forgot that's a concept. I'm like, oh yeah, it's like autistic parallel play, but for programming, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, now we have to have this. We have to have a trait. Okay, what are we calling this trait? Trait. Sure, we'll call it weighted. That's as good a name as any. Now we need to impl weighted for personal value. I also need to impl weighted for faction. That's actually not right. It needs to be for. I guess it's fine. These are actually both wrong. Weighted for personal value. Okay, so it's gonna be. No, don't personal values have the list? Oh, they don't have the list. Oh, it's the map. Right. Okay, so Jack stores a map between personal values and the weights. Do I want to move the weights into the personal values? Because the personal values don't need to be their own thing. Like,
That's
I
up
could
to
have
you,
this
honestly.
be in here. Oh, then make this a Vec. Oop. And then I need to have... This is just going to be a vector. I'll deal with that in a minute. That's gonna be complicated.
Wait a minute. Yeah, alright.
There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay, action not target. What does as ref do? Converts an and option T to an option of and T. Oh, okay.
Yep, very simple shorthand for that. I love method chaining.
Me too. It's very fun.
Method chaining is... There's also as mute ref for that too.
Which I assume changes a and mute option T
Mutable
into
ref.
option of and mute T.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I need more brain power. How long have you been streaming?
Actually, it's not as mute ref. But whatever.
Wow, 3 hours. Cool.
Damn.
Okay, so if the... What does faction benefit do again? Wait, the target... Whether the target is beneficial for the faction. Where here, the factions are... I don't think I want it for faction. What do I want it for? I don't want it for factions directly. I want it for Jack's relationship to the faction. So... Yeah, these shouldn't be factions. This should be... I guess more faction benefits? I mean, Jack is a target. I just have to make target a trait later. And honestly, I should make this a vector of some object. No, don't make this hash. Struct faction benefit. That's going to take an arc faction and an I-32. Whoop, stop that. Well, no, I guess this is... Agents. Okay, that's fine.
Oh, I love this. This is awesome.
I had to impl waited for an allegiance. Wait for action. Okay, so we get the target. This is using the benefit of the target to the faction when... Wait, what? What is self times 1? Oh, that's the amount of allegiance that Jack has to the faction. I shouldn't use Copilot's code here. I should write my own code.
It's at least providing some boilerplate to see that it works.
I don't...
As,
True.
Well, but yes.
What I want here is this value, which is Jack's... It's Jack's allegiance times whether it's beneficial. Oh. What does Jack's allegiance to a person mean besides just looking at their target directly? You know what? I'm going to compare Jack's allegiance to the target's allegiances, add them up, and that's going to be his opinion of them. In general. In terms of... In terms of just committing actions. Okay, so for example, if we have Black Queen's allegiance to Black Queen is going to be high, right? Like, hold on, give me 1 second. Okay, so let's just say, for example, Black Queen's allegiance to the Black Queen is 5. The Black Queen's allegiance to Jack is like -5. Same thing for Jack's allegiance to the Black Queen is -5, and Jack's allegiance to himself is something absurd like 10. The value that I care about here is... Okay, the thing is that these are entities. These are entities. These are
Through that.
factions. So I need to multiply either this direction or this direction. Which one is? Go away. Cancel. So the Black Queen is allied to the Black Queen for value of 5. Jack is allied to the Black Queen for value of -5. That means that these need to multiply together for a value of -25. Plus, these need to be multiplied together for a value of 25. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to find the inner join of all of the allegiances they have. Which is just going to be the Black Queen and Jack. And then, okay, hold on. Find inner join of allegiances. Then we need to multiply Jack times the target. And then sum those. And that's going to be Jack's opinion. So, in total, Jack's opinion is going to be like -75 of the Black Queen. Equals 50, not 25. You're right. So this also means that an enemy of my enemy is my friend. Is accurate for this. So, we need to start by finding the inner join, which is... dot target. Oh, what if there's no... If there's no target, then return 0, I guess. So, I guess we'll match this. I like matching. Action.target. Awesome. What does ref mean?
Oh god, I don't remember. I learned this recently. Find by reference. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it just
it's
makes it a reference instead of the actual thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so oh, but I'm in an allegiance.
Oh my gosh, a new borrow checker's coming out soon.
Pog, what are some of the cool things with the new borrow checker?
Let's get this video.
Pog?
I know that I know that another thing they're adding is like a new way to do iterators and other stuff.
Blair, how do I make it how do I get a vector of trait objects?
Oh yeah, okay. Do you need them to be owned by one thing, owned by multiple, or owned by multiple things? That's the first question.
I think I can just reference them.
Okay, then I would say just start with a box and then go back to art if you need it.
A box of Dine Weighted?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm getting real familiar with boxes. Type mismatch. Expected... Oh, do I need to call iter? No. Okay. Type mismatch. What's mismatch? Expected box of Dine Weighted. Found personal value. Oh, I need to... Wait, do I need to map this into new boxes?
Yeah. I think so.
No
Oh,
method.
literally.
Oh, right, because I need to iterate over it first.
I think that as box dine weighted thing that the oh wait, that works perfect. Wait.
Expected new to be a function item that returns box of dine weighted, but returns box of personal value of. Oh, because it's a reference.
Wasn't there.
So, can I have a
Yeah,
box of references to dine weighted?
No, bruh. That's not what you want at all. You don't want a box of references to dine weighted. You just want a box of dine weighted. Something is going on with your implementation there. I don't know what though yet.
Non-primitive cast and personal value as box of dine weighted.
Okay, try to make it a box and then cast it as a box of dine weighted.
Okay. The trait weighted is not implemented for
Weighted
personal
is-
value. Is it because I'm defining it down
is-
here, or like?
No, it should just be fine. That's wait. I would fix some of the other errors that we're having because maybe it's just freaking out. Yeah, cause like there's no way like that's some BS. Can't convert. To
Oh, it could be
trait.
because this is a reference. Box of and personal value to box of dine weighted.
Yeah, that is gonna be a problem. Yeah.
Is this
So
a valid
I'd
cast that I can do? Oh, wait, can I dereference it?
Ref- No, not there in the type. I mean in the
Oh, right, you have a little bit of stream delay.
Yeah.
Oh. This looks horrible. Thanks.
Wait, hold on. If you do box, you can remove the as. Because it should just be able to type inference it now.
No. It does not, in fact, type inference it.
Darn it. Sorry. I guess you do have to typecast it.
I could put it in,
Wait, you also do into. Also probably work.
Oh yeah, I forgot about intro.
Shorter. Oh yeah. Oh no. Yeah, no. Why is it getting mad at you now?
What is from
That's
raw?
so weird. From raw? Wait, where is that? Oh.
Yeah,
I've never seen that before.
I feel like there should be a function in box that dereferences it. That dereferences is it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, my fucking game. Dude, look at this shit. This is where did this money
From raw is unsafe.
do you see this? Where is this?
You're gonna crash your fucking game.
Yeah, it sure is. Oh, constructs a box from a raw pointer, that's why. Let's just
Definitely
not do
don't
that.
want that.
Yeah, I don't think we ever are gonna need that.
Solid 2 frames per second. These are projectiles, by the way.
Wait, can't you just do... Hold on, I would say box from is alright. Yeah, you gotta map it as a deref. You gotta map deref and then map box new.
Is there not a function for mapping deref?
Or I think cloned will work for that.
Expected new... Nope, it's still complaining about personal value.
Cloned should work. Or, okay, wait, it's dying personal, weighted personal value. I guess you really do need that cast. Maybe do into again?
Whoa.
Cause did you try into?
No, because I don't want to make another closure.
Well, no, I mean box, like, into. Into box. Or box from, yeah.
No.
Or not.
Right, I keep forgetting you have stream delay. I think this is probably just gonna be the easiest way to do this.
Yeah, sadly. It's good to learn, like, all the different options that are available, though.
I want to make this like a
guess.
utility function. Somewhere
You
where it's
can.
like just hold on, I have a utility module that just has a whole bunch of random garbage in it. Is that normal?
Transform X. I wonder why you're defining quaternions and transform. Oh. Well, hey, you know what? If these things are persistent enough used, and some of these are Bevy engine related things, you can make me go patch them into Bevy engine.
True. I would love from look at and from look to, because transform has look at and look to, but not quaternions, because the transform has the position.
Yeah.
Which is why you generally can't do it, but like the quaternion just needs a direction and an up, which you can definitely just do. If you could
I
patch
see
this
that.
in, this would be amazing. Do you want me to give this code to you?
Sure.
Who's pinging me? Message. Oh, I should probably put it in brackets. Here, have some.
Yay.
What is happening?
Have some code.
Hello?
I'm just gonna call it box ref. And it's going to take something. How do I do type arguments again? I'm gonna take an and t, and it's gonna return a box of t. No, I actually need to return a thing. Oh wait, no, it's gonna be a t. It's gonna be an and t. This is gonna take a... Wait. What am I doing here? Hold on, let me copy paste this. Box new v as box weighted.
Yo, spin that
Do I need to have two type parameters here?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Expected trait. Wait, how do I have traits in type parameters?
Dear diary, today I died.
Traits and generics learning Rust.
Give me a second. That's fun. Yeah, how do I pass traits through type parameters? That's definitely not it. Also just do W and then I do dine weighted. Okay, and I have to have. Is it here that I say
Oh.
where T? That's so wrong. I'm gonna have Copilot do it.
Okay. Impl. Okay, yeah. If you do foo impl trait, then you got it. Or no, wait. No. That's not it at all. It works with generics and traits. Okay, but it's asking for an explicit trait. We want a generic trait, right?
Yes.
See, that's generic traits. That's not... Okay, I'm dumb. Traits as generics.
Okay, it just ignored me. This is pretty sad. I could have a box extension trait. I have box X. Let's pretend like that's something I did not just say. From
I think you just melted my brain off with that previous one. I don't even know, like, if that's even... I don't think that's a thing, by the way. I looked into it pretty hard.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And this is going to contain this. Okay. Okay, this is going to have... Call this X. This is going to be a something. It's going to be a reference to something. And this is going to be self. Wait, this is going to be new box new as missing generics. Oh, right. Okay. So this is going to be T. This is also going to be T. This is going to be U. Can I find U in this scope? All right. This is going to be T and U. Type parameter U is not constrained. I hate that error. Oh, I should just constrain it. Where T is U. I need U to be a trait. Like dine U. That's
that actually would work.
That doesn't work.
I'm like, that would work. No.
Your T implements U. No, it still wants a comma. AI, explain this to me. No, but I don't want to clone it. That's issue. want to dereference it. I don't want to clone the allegiance. I want to reference the same allegiance. Whatever. It's not that important. I don't care. I don't care that much.
Yeah,
Why are you
holy
modified?
Crap. I think maybe we just stumbled into some BS, honestly.
This is what I get for using the memory safe language.
Yeah. Well, at least we're not foot gunning ourselves with like all kinds of different things.
Hopefully.
Even things normal to like safe languages we're avoiding. So I consider that a win.
True, that is a win.
That's annoying that you have to do that cast, though. Hopefully the 2024 edition fixes that and just lets it be implicit.
Me too.
Because it's not like you're going to be able to get around it any other way. I mean, like, so you may as well make it implicit.
The horrors. I love the horrors.
The horrors.
Closure may
No,
outlive
the
the current function. What?
Wait, hold on. But it borrows V, which is owned by the current. Okay.
Wait,
that makes sense.
Cannot.
So the closure can somehow live longer than the outer closure because you have to constrain the lifetime parameters, I think. Or something. Let me look that up.
I think I have to collect it because it's not iterated through until it's lazily evaluated, which means that the closure can escape.
You can also just put move.
Do I want to do that here?
Why not?
Oh, I guess I do. I don't remember what move does half the time.
Move moves the data into the function so that the function owns it so that it drops it when the function's done. So that way it can't outlive it. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, sorry. Iterators in Rust are a little crazy sometimes.
This
But
still
it
doesn't
is
work.
like... I don't know. Which... Okay, can you scroll over so I can see the whole error? Oh. Consider cloning. Yeah. You're
I don't
probably
wanna
gonna want
clone.
to do that. You don't want to clone?
No.
Wait, you need the original thing to be in a box then.
This
Wait,
is
where's
silly.
the list of original things? Where's the... Okay, self dot personal values. Go there.
Personal values and allegiances.
What? Yeah. So...
What?
Why not have those? Okay, so you want those as that. Yeah, that actually is fair. You don't want to store them as like a box of allegiance. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I just want this to be I just want this to be a list of allegiances.
Wait, why not just make it an arc? And then just clone out the arc from the vec? Because you're going to be iterating and messing with it anyway. And if you don't want the data to be duplicated, then you need an arc.
Okay, is there an arc function here?
No, I'm talking about putting an arc around the original thing.
Around the original thing? So it's a...
Around, okay, so self dot whatever needs to be vec arc of thing.
I'm only using this inside of this function, though. That's the thing. Yeah.
Only using it inside of this function. It's owned by, okay, so yeah, it's owned by that. But, oh, it's because, it's literally because you can't store... Okay, if it's owned by this, then just do a reference of boxdine weighted instead of a box of boxdine rated. No, don't do a reference of boxdine weighted. Do a reference of dine weighted. And then, yeah, just store it as a raw reference, and that should just work. I think I completely misunderstood how to solve that problem, because I've never seen it, I've never used trait objects with raw references and had it be fine. But in this case, it actually is fine to do that, and is actually the better way to do it, because then we don't have to convert between reference types.
No.
Gosh, this language. Why not? Why not? Oh, just do map and then as iter map as thing.
Oh. Wait. Like that? No method named... Oh, I need iter first, right. Wow, that actually works.
I apologize.
This is pretty bad.
Guys, this is... Trait objects are a little bit special, but if you... But, yeah.
I don't think I need this to be hash anymore. I remove the hashing. I think I removed this hashing too. Never mind. Haven't saves there. Where am I
I like
using
how it's
this?
like...
Okay. We're going through all of the
This is...
actions.
So, the other thing about this is the fact that, like, it blows my mind that this is a C++ level program, but we're not writing C++. Thank God. But at the same time, it still feels like we're writing something like 50% of the way to C++.
I should be using C# or Java. I would not mind using Java here.
Gonna keep flip-flopping, bruh.
Until I get Cetus done, yeah. Okay, so we're going through each of these. For the target, we want to do this thing for... Okay. I know roughly where I am now. So, for this, if there's a target, we have to find the inner join of all of Jack's allegiances. What? For all the actions, map them. Can't wait for action. Right, so for each one of these, we're looping through all of these and calling a function where this takes this. What's the personal value code look like? What does find do? Sure, whatever. That's fine.
That looks decent.
I think we want... No. Okay, so this thing, Jack's allegiance to the Black Queen, is taking the action of stabbing the Black Queen and returns a value of how much we want it to happen. This makes sense to me. I need it to also take, though, the rest of Jack's allegiances, so that I can determine how much the Black Queen matters to Jack. Which means I think making this traded was actually not the way to go in the first place, and that actually we should just be using these as two separate lists.
God damn, bruh.
So
Well,
this
at least
entire
we
thing
know
was
how
useless
to-
in the first place.
Wow, at least we know how to do that now.
We-
I've legit never done that before, so that's like something new for my arsenal in Rust.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
When you own a reference to it directly, don't convert reference types, you idiot. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point.
Avoiding bad things
That's-
by failing to do anything is one strategy. That's a lovely, helpful comment.
I love that, actually.
Okay, so for each of the actions, we need to... Okay, so we need to have a personal value weight. Awesome. We then let weight equal the personal value weight. We also need the let allegiance weight equals... Awesome. We'll pretend like that's a thing, and then we add these together. That's not what I wanted. Personal values. I actually want to filter in sum instead of mapping. Whoop. Stop that.
I apologize for the sins of Rust.
Yeah, it's fine. It's okay.
The sins of explicit code. Oh god.
No, wait. I want to flat map this into... Okay, so we get the equals A. Yes, I like this better. I'm going to separate these by spaces so I can pretend they look nice. Okay. We do, in fact, want to map Copilot still wants to do exactly the same thing it was doing from the very beginning, which is not what I want at all. Okay, so we have the allegiance. Wait, we have the action. We have the target. I don't want to iterate through these at all, actually. Is there an inner join function? You know what you know what an inner join is, right?
I searched up inner join, and it literally just took me to like all diesel.rs database stuff.
Yeah, it's mostly used in SQL.
Yeah.
It's the intersection of two sets. Intersperse. That's not what I want. Nope. In Rust, how do I get the intersection between two vectors?
There's an intersection method.
The solution is to convert both of them into hash sets.
The hell?
Which, honestly, I kind of want them to be hash sets anyway. Because you're only... Well, then I have to actually hash stuff. That's fine.
Yeah, fine.
That's fine. You know.
It's like C# but crispier.
I do want this to be a hash map between a faction and a value. You know? Can I do a hash set, but then have it... Can I have the hashing of this thing... Wait, what? No, because I want to do equality. So I do want this to be a hash map. I want there to be one entry per faction, and then an associated value with that faction. That makes sense, right?
If you don't want an associated value, you use hash set. If you want an associated value, you use hash map. Yeah. Hash map allegiance. Yeah. You gotta add the type for the associated value.
Which means I'm throwing out allegiances, which means we're no longer iterating over them. Same for personal values, I think. I want it to be a... What do I want personal values to be? I think that's fine, actually. Why are you complaining? Type annotations needed. Type must be known. Oh, the type is known. The type is... Wait. It's an I-32, baby girl. Or should I rather specify that this is an I-32? And that this should also be an I-32.
Okay.
I want to get... Wait, can I collect? Oh, I can collect into... I can just collect into a hash set? That's kind of cool, actually.
You can, yeah. You can make a, You can also do from values, which is like a list either a list or an array of tuples that you can make. That's another thing you can do.
Interesting. What is this? An arc of faction. Okay, that actually does work. With the intersection of what's the other one? A dot target dot actually what's oh right, okay, so if let some target is whatever, there we go. Okay, a dot target dot, what is it? What's target? Faction benefit. This is also the exact same thing as this. Yes. Wait, why are you mapping? Stop that. Stop mapping. What? Why? Oh, because it's just target. Haha, I'm silly. Wait, no. No field allegiances on arc target. Do I have to dereference this?
Yeah.
To get the actual data inside?
Yeah.
No field.
Or you either, if
There we go.
it might not let you deref. No. What the fuck?
What? Hold on. A value of type hash set can be built from an iterator over elements of type reference to arc of faction.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
so
do I
what
need
you're
to
gonna
do
wanna
collect?
do is
No.
No. You're gonna want to do with target. I believe. I don't know. Yikes. What was there?
This was
again?
so easy to do in C#. What's the quick fix here? Consider borrowing.
Quick fix. Consider borrowing.
Consider borrowing something incredibly useless.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I would
keep
recommend
going.
Doing dot target. Wait. There's target dot borrow. Target dot borrow dot allegiances should work.
Oh, really?
Theoretically. Because dot borrow
What does
is
this return?
the arc method to borrow the thing. Oh, the allegiances thing is... Or is it still misspelled, or am I stupid?
It's not misspelled.
Okay, it's not misspelled. What do you mean? Expected type I-32. What do you mean?
Oh, that's because I'm not done writing the function yet. Hold on, let me finish writing the function first.
Oh my god. You're tripping me. I'm tripping!
Okay, so I need to... Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. Thank you. Some. Finally. Okay. A value of type this thing cannot be built from an iterator over elements of type reference to archifaction.
Oh, it's a ref of arc. Wait, hold on. Where is it? Why is it a ref? And where's the ref coming from? Is it just
From
because
allegiances.keys.
allegiances dot keys? I see. I would do dot cloned.
Wait. Yeah.
There should be a thing.
Can I... Oh! Cloned is a thing! How?
I know, I just said that!
I didn't
I
know
just
that
said
earlier.
that.
I feel like that was something I could have used earlier. With like, hold on,
Yeah,
mismatched
I
types.
know. I was trying to say that earlier too.
I'm so sorry. Oh, this does need to be borrowed. Okay, cannot move out of a.target as an univariate sum, which is behind a shared reference. Consider borrowing here. What's target now? Okay. I think it's
Alright.
done. I think the big formula here is done. Thank
Yay!
gosh. And now you just have to fix everything
mean,
else.
Hey, you gotta cut yourself some slack. You are like, because like again, this adds a lot of concerns that C# isn't concerned with. So it's
Yeah.
like your expectations of what you're getting into just have to be a little bit different. But I think that wasn't too bad with me like giving little hints here and there.
Nah, that was fine. That was good. Thank you so much for being here,
Alright.
by the way.
Yeah, I definitely felt like it would have been easier if I had a mentor for Rust for sure. So
Heck yeah.
I'm glad that I can provide all the things that I've learned so far.
I greatly appreciate it. Okay, that's a vector now. I can just, for the sake of argument, have this be no vec. Vec of nothing. You're cringe.
Cringe.
Oh, and then also I need to put in allegiances. Okay. Awesome. Perfect. Thank you. This is exactly what I wanted. These are all of Jack's allegiances.
Did you know
I'm-
that my inventory system crate has like 2,000 downloads now for some reason?
Oh, seriously? That's awesome.
Yeah, I know. I was like impressed by that. I was like, what the heck?
No. No, they're all broken. They're all wrong.
They're all broken. Why
They're
are
all
they
broken.
Option left equals right failed.
Called unwrap on a none value.
Yeah.
Where on earth did I call? I hate calling unwrap.
Yeah, never do that. Now, if you can avoid, I don't know. It's always funny because sometimes you just gotta unwrap, but not super often. So you really gotta like pick and choose your battles wisely.
Yeah, that's because Copilot wrote this code.
Of course it did.
Wait.
Oh yeah, there's the unwrap. It's good.
There we
it's
go.
Good
That's
for
a better
just
one.
getting. Hello.
Expected action found reference to action. Why? Because it's a vec of actions?
Wait.
I feel
Weights
like
equals act.
if weights is going
No,
to go
it's
out
fucking-
of oh wait, it's because this is a. No. This should be an into iter.
No, when it. Okay, no. When it iters, when
Okay,
you do an
fixed.
iter, it is creating references.
Yeah, so we just don't do an iter. We do an into iter.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Wow, I didn't even know that was a thing. You five-headed that one for me.
Yeah. I mean, it just makes whatever you do with it. It just gives you ownership of all of the contents, and it throws the vector itself out of scope. So like, that sounds like what I need.
That.
Unwrapped on a null value, on a none value. Okay, well, you know what?
Screw you.
Oh, because there are no elements in here. Oh, why are there no elements?
Oh.
There should be some elements at least. Jack should have personal values. Unless Jack doesn't have personal values. There should...
This
Oh, yeah. Jack
pretty-
doesn't have personal... Yeah, this fails if Jack has no personal values. You know what? Unwrap or... And then I guess let's provide it with nothing. Nothing. There you go. Oh. Action. Nothing. There we go. That's what we want. So if Jack doesn't feel like... If Jack has no personal values, he does nothing. You know what? The test for if he does nothing succeeded. So that's a plus in my book.
You know what? That actually... This is good. We are on track.
Okay. We're getting somewhere. We're so close. I feel like we're so close.
Getting the test passing is like... defo the next big step for sure.
And for the rest of them, I'm going to give him his only personal value is stabbing. Wait. No, it's a stab action. That's fine. I feel like I want to instance Jack and change some values every time. So I start off with like baseline Jack, and then I adjust Jack slightly, depending on what I want him to do in a given situation. You know?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that actually. Lazy static, ref, Jack. Jack is Jack. Yes. Sounds good to me. So now in here we have Jack be Jack, but cloned and also mutable. Oh, it's not mutable. It's not clonable. Hold on. I mean, he's a carapacian. He should totally be clonable. I don't want him to be compared equality. That sounds not useful right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Specifically, I want Jack.MidnightCrew succeed to be 1, and I want Jack.stab something to also be 1. Actually, stab something is now one of his personal values, so we can throw that out. Actually, we should probably also throw out the Midnight Crew success thing and replace it with a personal value. So here, let's give him another personal value. Personal... wait. Yes. Nice. Expected one of... I'm missing something. What am I missing? Oh, this is supposed to be not inside of here. This is supposed to be here. There we go.
such field.
I think I want his personal values to be different. Actually, yeah, that's fine. Mutate this. Just have Jack dot purse. Hi. No autofill? Oh, right, he's being a deck. Why are you mad at me? Oh. Oh. That's a problem. Rust Analyzer doesn't know what Jack is at analyze time.
What does that mean? I know what you mean. Never mind, I'm dumb. Yeah, VS Code does that sometimes. I would just fix the compile errors really quickly, and then it should cooperate.
I think you're
maybe.
right. Here, just throw this in here. Throw this in here. Okay, yeah? Yeah. You need a better way to adjust all this data. So like specifically for...
Sweet. Looking pretty clean. Pretty sweet. Got our test data. Got our tests.
Here we go. Okay, so for this one, we need to make Jack not part of the Midnight Crew. This is sad. I need to change his allegiance from... Actually, no, I just want to remove his allegiance to the Midnight Crew. So, you know what? Copilot was actually good on that one. Oh, I also need to let Jack be mutable.
Maybe when I can mutate Jack.
Oh yeah, I can also just insert a thing. Oh, because I don't want it to be a reference,
Yeah,
I want it to be a clone.
Value.
What? There we go. So, this is weird. I'm not sure why VS Code isn't showing anything for this, but the actual Rust checker is working perfectly fine.
That's so weird. Sometimes VS Code just gets freaky and you need to restart it. Zed doesn't really have that issue as often, from what I know of. But I think it also has Copilot, from what I see.
I've seen that Zed has Copilot. I should try Zed at some point. Here, should I look up Zed right now?
It's pretty
Zed.
snappy. It's quite the thing, honestly.
It's the current thing. Actually, we'll just go, yay, Zed. And find the first... Oh, actually, no, there's an official one. Nice. That's definitely not my password. I love that it just shows you nothing for typing in passwords. It's so... It feels nice and safe and secure. Never mind the fact that you can clearly hear how many times I've pressed my keys. That's not relevant at all. Okay, so Jack no longer has a concept of wanting the Midnight Crew to succeed as a personal value. Which, I don't know, do Midnight Crew things is still in action? No, yeah, he does. Under what circumstances should Jack not be stabbing people? Probably when there's no care patients to stab, right? That's my guess. I'm gonna rename Jackson to Jack Faction. Okay, so there's Midnight Crew and Durst. There's, we need a faction for every hair patient. Close, but you're not anywhere close. Diamonds, Ryuga faction.
Oh my god, how does it know? What the hell?
Cause it's just chat jippity in a box. Okay.
That's amazing.
Right? It's pretty solid.
That's pretty solid to have home stuck in your AI, in your coding AI.
I don't know, it's also using code from Mindstuck, so you know what?
Oh, true.
Okay, you know what? Diamond's Droog is going to... I think everyone's just going to, by default, have a value of 5 for their own faction. What if... Okay, so remember that whole enemy of my enemy is my friend bit? What, what if Jack hates someone, but then the person likes Jack, right? What if the Black Queen actually liked Jack with a value of 5? In that case, Jack wouldn't kill the Black Queen because he doesn't hate her enough. He hates her less than she likes him.
Damn, that is impressive.
No, yeah, we're definitely making Problem Sleuth the Prospect version. That's like that's whole headcanon territory that we're totally on board with putting in SBEPIS. What do the tests say? All of them fail. That's impressive. Oh, right, okay. So Jack wants to stab people. When there's no one to stab. Jack dot potential targets equals empty vector. When there's no carapations to stab. This needs to be mute. Yes. I don't want to do that. I want to do this. Okay, how are you failing? You know what? He's doing nothing when at least he doesn't want to stab himself. So there's that. Oh, I forgot to give Jack an opinion on Diamond's Droog. 1. Actually, this should be a 5. This should be a 1. And should he just hate this carapacian in particular? I think so. Okay. Expected to... See, okay. Wanted to stab Diamond's Droog. But actually... he wants to do Midnight Crew things. Even when he's not part of the Midnight Crew. Oh, right, because he still likes Diamond's Droog, and stabbing him is bad. So actually, let me remove allegiances, or not allegiances. Actually, yeah. Remove there we go. I'm not using the threat value anymore. Oh, no, I'm just straight up not using it anymore. That's fine. Okay, well. Ooh, you know the other thing we can do now is we can move all of this lazy static garbage back into the test module, because we're not hard coding anything except for nothing anymore. I think I'm just gonna leave nothing hard coded back in here because nothing is the only thing we need to do that. And nice, there's no compiler errors. Perfect. So now my next question is, how do I look inside of a test and see what the values are? That's my next question.
I haven't done a lot of different stuff with tests outside of just like printing out stuff debug wise and doing it that way, the stupid way, because I'm not very good at setting up debuggers. I'm a notorious not debugger user, and it's quite bad.
Can I just use the debug macro? And then I just run the test with debug?
You can use print line. You can use print line to do debugging. You can also do debug. That's good.
Yeah, because this is stuff I probably want to be in here unless I'm debugging a specific test. Here. Let's not do Midnight Crew things. Horrible. This is the worst thing that I've ever seen.
Wow.
Why did it panic?
What is this?
Oh, this is Rust bytecode. Or rather, no, this is just straight up assembly, I believe.
Yeah, this is just straight up assembly.
Because it panicked.
This is crazy.
And that's what Rust does when it panics. In debug mode. It's like, yeah. Obviously when you crash, the thing you want to see is assembly.
Rust there is a backtrace. Why? Oh, is it because...
Oh, because the assert, because the assert panics. This is so dumb.
Oh.
Hold on, okay, I'm gonna try it.
The assert...
There's no output, though. That's the thing. I expected there to be output. Maybe I will just do print line for right now.
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry that my advice isn't very good for that.
No, it's fine. And it's not printing. Oh, never mind. It's right here. It's this stuff. Oh, wait. Oh, nice. Okay, so it just shows the, That's kind of cool, actually. Okay. Here we go. Jack stabs D... I don't want that one. I feel like I should format these things. You know?
How? You mean like...
Instead of just...
print it out format?
Yeah, or print out information that's usually relevant and not just the debug contents of the entire... Like, display. I want to implement display into some of these things. Like, the weights.
Oh, if you do a hashtag in between the colon and the question mark with the print statement, then you get a pretty printed form.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It should work.
No. Wait. Yes! That's a lot of things. Okay. Action. Stab. Like for here, I just want this to display the action is stab. With like... I just want to say like action, stab, and then Diamond's Droog. You know? Well, I guess this is like debug information, so...
Yeah, it is debug information. See what's up with that.
Okay, so here, Jack stabs ZD when not part of the Midnight Crew. We want him to stab DD. Unfortunately, he is doing Midnight Crew things. The weights are... Stab DD is a 3. At least it's not negative. Did I forgot to implement whether or not stabbing was good or bad. Is there a, like, Boolean into either 1 or -1 function?
I think you can just do as and then wait a minute. Hold on. I don't know. I don't think so. I'm getting maybe my internet. I don't know what is going on right now. How many tabs do I have open? 1 million. Let me close some of those. Okay. Yeah. I don't think that's a thing, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, I don't want this to be here. I don't want this to be part of the personal values. I want this to be... Huh. It's like, at which stage is it multiplied by -1? At the allegiance part. So the fact that stabbing is always good, but the fact that he's stabbing specifically the Black Queen is extra good. The fact that he's stabbing specifically himself is extra bad. So I need to be multiplied in here. Okay, well, if his opinion is positive, then sorry, you really want a type annotation here? Okay, fine. Oh yeah, I forgot it doesn't use parentheses. Boop. Can't believe this is the way this chooses to format this. Okay, so if it's beneficial to... Okay, so he has a negative opinion of the Black Queen. If it's beneficial to the Black Queen, it should stay negative. Yeah. If it's not beneficial, then it should be... I need a logic table here. Okay, so good relationship. 1. Bad relationship. -1. We also have good stab, which is 1. I actually don't know what these should be. That's what I'm trying to find out. Bad stab. Okay. Oh, wait, no, not good. Good action. Bad action. Okay, so if he has a good relationship and it's a good action, the answer should be 1. If he has a bad relationship and it's a good action, it should be -1. If it's a good relationship but a bad action, it should be -1. If it's a bad relationship and it's a bad action, it should be 1 because he wants to do it. Okay, so it should just be... So if it's good, it should be 1. If it's bad, it should be -1. Which I believe is happening here. If it's beneficial to the target, 1, else -1. Okay. Run these tests again. Oh, no longer using... Hey, you know what? That made one of the tests work. Which one didn't work? Here's one. Jack wants Midnight Crew to succeed when there's no care patience to stab. I think that was a typo on my part. He wants to do things with Diamond's Droog. Try that again. Okay, Jack stabs ZD when not part of the Midnight Crew. What's the issue here? He would rather do Midnight Crew things with Diamond's Droog than stab him. Okay. Stabbing Diamond's Droog is a -5. Why is it a -5? Oh, because Diamond's Droog likes Jack. Which automatically makes him have a good opinion of Diamond's Droog. Huh. And somehow the score is a 7, which was pretty solid. So we have to have... I don't think I can... So remember when we were talking about making a macro that fills in all of the the things locally, like it fills in all of the variables? I think we should still do that because I also want to modify Diamond's Droog in this test, but I can't because he's static. So I still want all of these to be instanced per test. I just don't want to type it out multiple times. So
yeah,
I'm just...
then making a macro is fine.
Chat. Make these lazy static statements into a macro that puts these things into the top of a function. You know what? That's not the worst thing it could have possibly done there. I don't hate that.
Oh, it literally just put lazy static in there. That's hilarious.
I just want macro rules. And I'm going to call this, what's it called? What's it called when you, like, initialize a bunch of information for a test, for all tests? Whatever.
I do not remember.
Test info. And then we throw all of this in here, and this is now going to be way more impossible to debug because because errors don't show up properly inside of macros.
It depends. Not always, but sometimes they do.
Oh. Okay, so instead of all of this, I just want this to be let stab equal. These should all be arcs still, though.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Copilot.
I mean,
I love you, Copilot.
I don't know, do you need arcs now that they're not inside of lazy static?
Oh, I think you're right. Maybe? Oh, did I make Jack? Okay. And then let Jack do Jack things. Awesome. Throw out the rest of this because it's no longer needed. And... oh, I need this to be mute. I need all of this to be mutable. Let mut. Cannot find in the scope.
Oh yeah, because macro arguments are... no, that's wrong. Because I know that's wrong. Because I've done it before. Because I've had macros define a let mute or whatever. So that should work. Hold on, let me go to my macro.
You know what it might? It might be throwing it inside of a block.
If it's throwing, it might be. If it is, then that's why. Wait.
Oh, I need this to be Jack Noir tests. What? It won't let me expand tests because I'm not in a test environment.
Do go. Yeah, do that. Okay, not dash dash test, dash dash features test. I believe. I think that should work.
How do I do cargo expand in a tests mod? I have cargo expand. Oh, you do dash dash test tests. Oh.
Okay, well I wouldn't have gotten that.
Or... no test target. Named Jack Noir tests. Huh.
I would say just remove the Jack Noir part of that at the last one.
No test target named tests.
Damn.
It says...
Strange? Maybe it's flying? Am I dumb? Oh wait, you're doing cargo expand the thing and then dash dash test the thing. So you should do cargo expand dash dash test and then the thing. Just because you're doing it twice there.
Say that again?
You're doing cargo expand the module dash dash test tests instead of cargo expand dash dash test the module.
No, there's still no test target named Jack Noir tests.
What? Bro.
Oop.
Come on.
Oh.
Okay.
If
Before
you
we
do
go
dash dash tests plural, it's fine. Whatever, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you, co-pilot. Jeez. Wait, scroll down. Or yeah, no, it looks like it's inserting the variables in there, and it's at the root.
It certainly looks like it's working, yeah.
That's weird, bro.
Oh, that's also weird because VS Code is picking it up perfectly fine.
What do you mean?
Like, VS Code has autocomplete for these things.
Oh, you didn't even... Oh, did you, Yeah. VS Code has autocomplete for them. Can it compile? That's the real question.
No,
No,
because
it
it's
won't
not found in
compile.
the scope.
Which is wrong. That's just wrong. So, there... If you look at, hold on, if I, like... Yeah, if I go to my stuff... I have macros that create lets. Let me look at your macro again. Can you go to the top? Nah.
Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah, it should be fine. I don't know why that's not working.
Yes, I'm doing exactly what it says. And it's like, are you sure? Actually? It's like, actually, I don't think you did it right. I'm like, but I did. Come on.
Yeah, what the hell? This is like another level of stupid. Cause like, I literally have done the same thing and it's fine. Like, let me screenshot this for you. Or not that. Jesus.
Oh, that expands into. That's cool.
That. So.
It can't install Zed because it can't find the file for Zed.
What does that mean?
It's getting
Can't find the
404s
Zed
from all
file.
of the mirrors. I've had this issue a lot lately. I've usually just been going to the R and finding Zed on there manually.
Don't they just have an install script on their website?
I mean, yeah, but I like using my package manager instead.
Well, if all else fails, just do the install script and eat not what am I saying? Eat grass, no touch grass.
Mmm, grass, tasty. Here we go. Sudo pacman -u. Boop. And then we'll come back to Zed in a little bit.
Yay.
As for now, what on earth is happening? It's like, I think you just did it wrong.
Genuinely, if you look in the chat, look at what I did there. Because I did the same thing. I did a let, and then a field, and then the thing, and then it works. Is it because I'm taking the field in as an identifier? Actually, that might actually be it. Is that the reason it works? Because if so, that's crazy.
I highly doubt that's the reason that it works.
I bet that is the reason it works actually now.
Well, time to Google.
I'm just gonna say, because it's defined in the scope, I bet it works that way.
No, I don't want to.
Yeah, you have to take in the identifiers.
You have to take in the identifiers?
Yeah.
That is incredibly lame. What if, okay? What if I just say, let Jack equal, and then, like, literally nothing?
Oh my god! What if
Okay, no, it says it's an integer.
What if you do a macro that calls the macro?
I think we would be left with the same problem.
Would we?
I think this
Yeah,
would work.
we would.
I think it would work if I gave it like a default value.
So, even if you,
How do I use macro rules?
Oh, yeah, okay. So, you're gonna want to do, first of all, okay, so if you go to that Stack Overflow post,
I already lost the post.
that I posted, yeah,
Oh.
the, data
Yes.
expression, stride express, okay, the expressions are irrelevant. The dollar signs there are just, oh, this is a macro var. So everything that's a macro var starts with a dollar sign, like PHP, U. And then it's
U.
identifier, and then we just need to take in a bunch of identifiers, for each of the variable names that we want to instantiate into our scope.
So if instead of Jack, I do $Jack, right? And then here I
Yeah,
go
and
$Jack ident. And then I feed Jack into here. That
Yes.
literally works.
I literally.
This is the
that is so. Okay, I guess it just lives. I guess variables in macro land live in macro land unless you are giving them to macro land.
Horrible, thank you. I guess I just have to do this so many times now.
Oh my god, no.
What?
It's 100% necessary to do it that way. Because imagine if macros leaked variables into each other.
You're so right. That sucks. Oh well.
At the same time, I completely understand why this is necessary.
One. Rust macro. Default arguments.
What does that mean?
Oh, you can have multiple... I didn't know you can match multiple things. That's kind of cool, actually. They should have that behavior for functions, too, I think.
That would be interesting.
Okay. Thank you, Copilot.
Yeah, Copilot for boilerplate is amazing.
Yeah, this is... This is horrible.
Well, you got a lot of vars.
This is This is not better than just making a function that returns these items in like a tuple.
I know. That's what I was saying.
What if it was a big struct?
Yeah.
There was a function that
actually
returned a
sounds like
struct.
Yes. Now we're thinking.
Now, it's not like now we're thinking with something in particular. It's just now we're thinking, period. Actually, I'm gonna undo all of this because, wow, that was pretty bad. Okay.
I don't know if I was ever thinking in the first place, but we'll see.
Okay, don't need you. Don't need you. Do I have to make an explicit type for the struct, or can I just have it be like... Can I make a struct value inline?
What does that mean?
Like, can I just have like a record type in JavaScript where it's just like it's a thing that has keys and values, except for it's just like it's a struct that has these specific keys and then it has these specific values? Or do I have to make an actual struct type that's like, ah, yeah, struct test info?
Oh yeah, you can't just create a struct from data like that. I don't think.
Oh well. These all
Well, it
need to
doesn't
be
matter.
mutable. Wait. Like that?
No, they don't. They don't, because they're every struct field is mutable by default because it's in the collection. So
Oh,
if the struct is
yeah.
mutable, the field.
That makes
Yeah.
sense. Okay.
I'm glad that Copilot is just like clocked in on this one. It's like locked in and loaded, and it's ready to go.
I just
It's
say
ready to
this.
generate those variables for you.
Oh, right, and it returns test info. Yes, that works. That's so much less cursed than whatever we were doing before. Thank you. And now we just have to prepend test info to all of these things. Testinfo.jack, testinfo.midnightcrew, which I can hopefully just do this with. Aw, it makes the lines long enough to be annoying, but whatever. So these don't need to be mutable. Okay, are we good? Are we running? Yes, 3 passed, 1 failed. That's awesome. 5, 5, 5, 5. All of these have a value of 5. No, sorry. -3, 7, 5, and -5. After all that, it still doesn't work.
Damn.
I think this test is ill-formed. I think this is a bad test because Jack will pretty much never want to stab Dee Dee because they're always on the same side. He'd rather go off gallivanting with Midnight Crew things than stabbing him. I could easily fix this by changing Jack's personal values to make stabbing way, way higher. He now values stabbing an excessive amount. 3, 7, 9, -1. Really? Oh no, he would still rather stab the consort, or not the consort, the carapacian. That makes sense. Oh well. I think this was a very poor test to conceptualize. I'm just gonna remove it. Obviously, when your test is failing, the best thing to do is remove the test. Obviously.
Sometimes, I mean, when the test is, like, just not what you need it to be, then yeah.
Alright, well, we have... We have an AI framework. Mostly there.
We have a work mostly there. Wow.
I can't believe this. The AI framework has a non-zero amount of working. Or like a positive amount of working. How is Zed? What's up with Zed? Would be under development? Zed. Oh, right. I tried Zed for all of 5 seconds before, and then I realized I didn't like it. The font is weird. Why is the font weird? Where is settings?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, did I disconnect and reconnect? I heard... Or are you playing soundboard sounds?
I heard... I think you accidentally played, like, the Sans thing or something, I don't know.
No, that's my join sound, which is very strange.
Also, you're breaking up a lot.
Ah, okay, so it is...
My connection is bad.
It's definitely my internet, then. How about... Oh, my VTuber doesn't work in Zed. How about we get off stream and then I try Zed in private? That sounds good to me. Hold on, I gotta do the... Okay, bye chat! Bye chat! My internet's cutting out, so I guess it means more stream. So sad. Bye chat! Please join the Discord if you want to talk about SBEPIS. It's very cool. Also, give me money on Ko-fi. That would be awesome. This is my day job. Bye chat. Love you chat. Bye bye. Okay, bye.